Yeah, this table is like very formal, isn't it?
I know. I feel like it's a press conference and not a conversation. Anyway.
Well, relax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll make it.
Yeah.
If I sit back a bit for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I am dressed for the occasion.
Yeah. Mine has women decapitating men on it.
Yes, you are also dressed for the occasion.
Dressed for the occasion.
Not get the memo.
No. Sorry. I wore black like I'm going to a funeral. Can I start? Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the Bird's Eye View industry event on International Women's Day. I am Tamiwa Following-Shaw. I'm a writer and cultural producer. I'm the editorial director of Fringe of Colour Films and an external programmer here at Glasgow Film Festival. And today I'm very happy to be joined by Melanie Iredale and Shwalin Tam from Bird's Eye View, or should I say Reclaim the Frame, but we will come to that. For those of you who don't know, Bird's Eye View preview and present week of release screenings, curated cinema sessions and special events connecting audiences to filmmakers, cultural influencers, social justice campaigners, researchers, activists and critics in a safe and inclusive space for conversation. Today, we're also celebrating 20 years of this UK-wide charity and their mission to champion women and non-binary-led films. I'm also going to read your bios too, and then we'll get into the conversation because it's just a lot of words, so I'll get to it. Melanie Iredale is the deputy director. Melanie Iredale is a film curator and scene activist and was appointed as director of Bird's Eye View in 2021. Prior to this, Melanie was deputy director at Sheffield Dockfest from 2014 to 2021 and co-programmer of its Rhyme and Rhythm strand. Before that, she served as director of Berwick Film and Media Arts Festival from 2009 to 2014, commissioning moving image art and performances that went on to win awards at International Film Festival Rotterdam and beyond. Shwalin Tam is a writer and film programmer based in Edinburgh, alongside being Scotland's impact producer for Reclaim the Frame. They are a programmer for the UK's leading global action cinema project, Take One Action Film Festival, and their writing has been published in The Skinny, ID, Little White Lies, and Other Magazine and W Magazine. Please join me in giving Shwalin and Melanie a very warm welcome.
Thank you, and happy International Women's Day, everyone.
Thank you. Woo!
Dressed for the occasion. It says the future of film is female for anyone who can't read it.
Yes, you did. I did not dress for the occasion, but it's in my heart. So yeah, today marks 20 years of Bird's Eye View and championing women and non-binary led perspectives in film and cinema. And today's also a very big day because there's been a little name change, or a big name change, I should say, from Bird's Eye View to Reclaim the Frame. Melanie, I wondered if you could tell us about this change, please.
Yeah, so, today marks the day where we go by one name rather than two, really, I would say. So, yes, Bird's Eye View was set up by Penny Grillis and Rachel Millward 20 years ago as an international women's film festival that used to run around this time of year, around International Women's Day in London each year. And a few years ago, about 2017, my predecessor, Mia Bays, took up the helm, and whilst the mission remains the same, it's about equity, gender equity and social justice in all film spaces, the idea was that we could achieve that mission differently, and so the organisation transformed to be one that was less about kind of one annual festival and more year-round screenings, and not just in London, but across the UK. Our team is scattered across the UK. Shwanlin is based in Edinburgh. I'm based in Sheffield. And yeah, the name of that project was called Reclaim the Frame. And today, so we've kind of been operating under two names, two logos, two brands. Don't blame anyone in this room who might have been confused over that period. But yes, so from today, we've picked one, and we're just going with Reclaim the Frame. And for us, I think that kind of well represents like our mission and our call to action.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like Reclaim the Frame is, like you said, incredibly clear about who you are and what you stand for. You've also slightly changed your language, and I know we'll only touch on it a little bit, but from women and non-binary to marginalised genders. And so, could you tell us a little bit about why you decided to make that change with language now?
Yeah, so I guess, originally it was set up as a women's film festival. And I guess, the idea being that women's film was so marginalised. Back in the day, I think when Rachel and Penny set it up, it was around, I think they were sort of triggered by this, repeatedly seeing this figure of 6% of directors being women. And yeah, over time that evolved to broaden to champion non-binary filmmakers also, and I guess that's something that I've kind of been particularly banging the drum for in the last kind of 18 months that I've been here, that I've been with Bird's Eye View, or Reclaim the Frame, now I should say. And I guess this is just part of us kind of evolving again, and we just had a lot of conversations around kind of who are we here for, and who are we excluding when we say women and non-binary filmmakers. So I guess we're just kind of broadening the scope, whilst our remit is still very much about gender, we're kind of broadening the scope to say that, we're open to, or wanting to, striving to champion filmmakers of all marginalised genders, however they identify. Our events remain completely open to, people of all genders and none. So it's not about who we create space for in terms of our events. That's completely open. We need cis men on side too as part of this mission. But yeah, in terms of the filmmakers, it's just about a kind of broadening the scope, because yeah, I mean, as bad, we'll dig into how bad the figures are for women in film in terms of what's getting, made and released in the UK, but it's all the worse, obviously. In fact, we don't even have, the figures for films by non-binary, genderqueer, agender filmmakers, trans women filmmakers, trans men filmmakers, and so on. Yeah.
And to come back to that, to the figures, or to touch on the figures, I mean, you wrote in your end of your reflection last year, at the end of 2022, that of the 588 films released theatrically in the UK that year, 143 were made by women. And so that was a 6% drop compared to 2021, and also taking us back to 2018 levels. So it's kind of like seeing 4 years of just progress just wiped out immediately. I know for me it's incredibly disheartening and frustrating, and I can imagine the same for both of you. But why do you think we've seen this drop? It's such a big question.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I don't know. I guess progress isn't always kind of straightforward and linear. Like, I guess progress is often, sort of one step forward, two steps back. But yeah, I don't know if it's, and I can only speculate, but I don't know if it's something around the sort of, I mean, in lots of areas, the women have come off worse out of the pandemic. And I just think, there's something about when the climate is all the more challenging that we struggle to take risks all the more. We go for the safer option. There's something about sort of male filmmakers, white filmmakers, known filmmakers. It's this safe pair of hands. It's this, so, and this kind of, this idea of what you think will work and what you think will be successful, and that everything else is kind of taking a risk. And so I don't know if there's something about that, but there's some good figures out there as well. In that we saw within the drop in women-led released theatrically in the UK, there is an increase in films by Black women and women of colour. So there's it's not kind of all regressive, but
there's still some element of progress within this kind of regression. And I think what you're saying about that idea of safety, like when a society or a country or like the world is going through these periods of like turmoil or kind of disruption, and an industry has as well, right? It feels, I can imagine for some people, it feels safer to revert back to what you've known, and that is, white male filmmakers and those kind of stories.
And a certain, exactly, and those kind of stories and those kinds of films, and that's, I mean, that's kind of maybe a slightly separate point, but something that I would love to touch on is this, this idea of kind of diversity in who makes the film, who's kind of behind the camera. That needs to be a conversation that's so much more hand in hand with a diversity in kind of form and film language and the kinds of films that we are, broadening the scope of the kinds of films that we're used to seeing, because we need to see different stories, but we also need to see different ways in which stories can be made. And for me, these are diversity in kind of who makes the film and who's involved, and how diversity in kind of the storytelling and how those kinds of films play out in terms of form. For me, come hand in hand. We need to be more open in both.
And I think, I mean, it's something that myself and Natasha, when we programme here at Glasgow Film Festival and with our strands, we really try and think about, because it's that idea of as well, and you'll know, Schwanlin, of like moving image and film and them not being almost so separate and seeing them as one, and that comes into, form and again the stories we're seeing on screen. Schwanlin, I'm going to come to you. You're one of the 6 Reclaim the Frame impact producers. Can you, explain to us a little bit about this role and this, because it's a decentralising approach, right? And you're based here in Edinburgh, we're in Glasgow, but you're based in Edinburgh and Glasgow and in Scotland. And I know that a lot of the impact producers are down south, even though they're not in London. So please tell us.
Sorry. Yeah, so like Tommy was saying, I'm one of the impact producers for Reclaim the Frame, and there's 5 of me with my job in different cities across the UK, but I'm very lucky to be the impact producer for Edinburgh and Glasgow. So what was mentioned, it's kind of a way to decentralize the way that we exhibit films and the way that we build events. around film as well. And I think this kind of really did emerge out of a desire to not really make London the center of cinema, center of cultural cinema, and to really explore ways to genuinely build community in the different cities that we screen films in. And there's a real difference between that kind of coming from, one place in the center, and then you kind of replicate almost the exact same types of outreach and types of events. And you just copy paste that in different places. This kind of emerged more as a way to do that from the ground up and to really build connections and build community with people in different cities. And that's certainly something that I found very valuable in this role. Is because of my other work, I've already kind of been somewhat embedded in cultural cinema and community and outreach and all the different organizations that I've been really lucky to work with in Edinburgh and in Glasgow. So to have a chance to expand on those networks and to really bring them to the films, as well as bring the films to those cinemas and those venues, has been very valuable. And I hope that, it's a long-term thing. It's never, community isn't something that's built overnight. Trust isn't something that's built overnight. And as someone whose role it is to build those networks, I know that it takes a really long time. So I'm just looking forward to the longevity of this project and to hopefully see that a lot of those local responses to the films that we bring really flourish. And we've seen examples of that. So.
Yeah, thank you. And have you found, because I know working in Scotland, it can be really difficult because communities can see and audiences can seem very fragmented and up and down the country out with this central belt. But how have you found it? Have there been challenges, or has there been even moments of oh my gosh, yes, it's working, this is great for you?
So with that, I think because of the scope of the project, my work is still limited to Edinburgh and Glasgow. I think it'd be amazing if we could bring stuff to more cinemas, but mainly my work is around Edinburgh and Glasgow. Some of the challenges, I think, kind of like what I've mentioned before, is that outreach is really not as simple as sending your marketing to an organization saying oh, do you want to come and see this film? Can we set up a chat, to talk about how we could work together around this? It's not as easy as that. And we also don't want that transactional relationship anyways. And the work of building that genuinely communal response to cinema and a communal space where people want to come back and who kind of believe in the curation and who believe in the events, it's something that takes a really long time. And I think it's more about the longevity of it. And with every single event that we've done, I feel like sometimes we'll see people come back, and to me that's been the most rewarding, is to have someone say, oh, I really enjoyed this and now I'm back because the event was so unforgettable and now I've brought my friends, So to me, those are maybe small things, maybe anecdotal, but they're the most exemplary of the type of response that we want to create with this kind of project. So I think that's been the highlight.
Yeah. I don't think that's a small thing. I think that's a big thing. I think for people to come back again or again is that's what you want, right? To continue creating and building this community. But it's also sometimes not about numbers. It's also about the quality. And if people come and they get something, and that can just be to enjoy the film, then that's enough, right? Yeah. Melanie, this time last year, you launched Reclaim the Frame International, which is a commitment to international filmmakers of marginalised genders. And so 1 year on, how's it going?
Yeah. This has been one of the most exciting things that
Yay.
we've done. So I guess coming from Sheffield Dot Fest, it's a very international festival. I was really, really keen to kind of bring that, some of those kind of international connections to Reclaim the Frame. And it's obviously an international mission, right? Like, I don't think there's a country out there that's like cracked it. So, so Reclaim the Frame International is a project where we've collaborated with different women's film festivals around the world. So it's kind of our kind of key partner is Flying Broom Women's Film Festival in Ankara in Turkey. Impacted hugely, obviously, by the recent earthquake. And also women's film festivals in one called Regard de Femme in Tunisia and another called Women Make Waves in Taiwan. And so the project kind of came about by leaping on a British Council grant opportunity, which hopefully continues. It's called International Collaboration Grant, and that's exactly what we did. So we kind of forged partnerships with these other women's film festivals, and there is a training element to it. So today marks the last day of a kind of 6-month training program. Filmmakers of marginalised genders who are based in or diaspora of Tunisia, Turkey, Lebanon, and Taiwan. And then also there's been a kind of exhibition component to it where we've each selected a film from our respective countries. Ours was Polystyrene, which premiered here last year before? What's time? Can't remember.
Yeah.
Paul's saying
Sure.
it's Scottish production. Anyway, and then each partner selected a film, and then we've kind of circulated them between our countries. One film that we've screened in a number of places across the UK, for example, is A Tale of Love and Desire, which is a Tunisian-French production. We screened it in partnership with the brilliant Africa in Motion. We've screened it in partnership with a number of kind of festivals and community groups and so on across the UK. In terms of those kind of creating those moments, creating those safe spaces so much of what we do is about this kind of creating space to further the conversations that are generated by the films. Today, also, among the many things that we're doing, is launching a series of films by a filmmaker called Zaina Takash, who's a Lebanese filmmaker. That's the film that we are supporting from Lebanon. Well, the film that we're supporting from Lebanon is The Blue Inmates. It's part of a trilogy that we've made available on a platform called Doc Alliance Films online. That's available from today until the end of the year. We just see far too few films from the global south and so on. So it's about kind of just broadening what we get access to.
And like what? Because like you said, you're working in partnership with these organisations or groups that have the same mission as yours, but have perhaps are working in different contexts.
Yes.
Very different contexts to maybe the one you're working in. And so like what has that been like, that like knowledge sharing, but also that knowledge sharing, what have you learned, and how has it maybe influenced the work that you're doing here?
First of all, it's just broadened our kind of knowledge base of filmmakers, of artists, of work, of being having kind of such close access to each of those festivals' programs, but also kind of broadening our scope to sort of see where they select films from, and just also it's just kind of helped us tap into, there really is a kind of network of international women's film festivals that has just been really nice to kind of feel like we're a part of. And also I think there's something about working internationally that it brings about kind of different ways of thinking and of working, but also I guess it goes kind of back to this point of progress just not being linear, is that we're all on kind of different paths and in different stages with regard to things like what constitutes kind of accessible screenings and so on is like perhaps something that maybe that we've kind of brought to the table.
Yeah.
But then there's other conversations that we've had around kind of, you know, a more kind of decolonizing, programming and decolonizing kind of audience development and so on, that I feel like I've learned huge amounts. So it's,
yeah, it feels like that kind of decentralizing approach that you have in the UK, almost in a different way, you know, in a larger scale or a greater scale. Yeah, which is super nice. Xuan Lin, I am your critic, and I've been thinking about, like, kind of, obviously Reclaim the Frame has a blog where you publish like responses to films and to the films that you're supporting, and it's something I think about in my role as well. And when we talk about this kind of, like, I think some of the approaches to supporting films and filmmakers and also audiences, and thinking about the role of critique. And we know that, like, reviews, these kind of, like, maybe like a long read critical essay, whatever it is, can have a huge effect on a film and how well it may or may not do if it is negative. And I wanted to just kind of, like, ask you about that and what you think about the role of critique, as a writer, and when it works and when it maybe doesn't, or if it never works. I don't know.
This is a really huge topic, I think, about the role of criticism, and that's just cultural criticism broadly, what responsibilities it has. And I think, to me, it is something that I grapple with a lot, because I do feel like criticism is a form of curation. A lot of publications don't have the space to talk about every single exciting release that's come out. So they inevitably have to make a decision about what films they choose to champion, what films they choose to spotlight, and also sometimes what films they choose to, very ungenerously take down. And that's a responsibility. That's a form of curation in and of itself. And I think something that you were kind of talking about is maybe the difference between the kind of star review system that we see on main kind of, broadsheet publications and lots of major publications versus the type of more responsive writing that Reclaim the Frame commissions. And that's not to say that that's only two types of writing that exist. There's a huge spectrum of what kinds of film criticism we see nowadays. And I think actually they both play a really important role still. And that might just me being optimistic because this is my job. But, but I think a star rating, while it can be quite reductionist in many ways, and it does feel inherently competitive, because you're trying to basically instill a hierarchy over what films deserve to be seen and what don't. But for something that's as reductionist as that, it can be a huge help to films that are not seen as widely. You see a respected publication, I don't know, like Little White Lies, give 5 stars to something that you otherwise wouldn't have come across. Those posters are not going to be on your bus stations or in your magazines otherwise. That kind of championing is still a really important form of platforming to me. What is important is that we go beyond the star, obviously, and that we actually see people respond to these films in meaningful ways. And that's where I think the responses that Reclaim the Frame does commission, and Tomiwa wrote a really excellent one as well, so you can go read that on the blog. Those are really important because those show more of a reflection of who the film has reached and also who we are turning to for the type of criticism and analysis of the films. And I've always found that it's the most rewarding to read people who are really, really, really immersed in the perspectives that are being shared up in the film. And their writing is what matters to me most, not some kind of, I don't know, sorry, Peter Bradshaw kind of like type commenting on, maybe like a queer film or a film made by a Black director, it's like that's not necessarily who I want to have the most impact over audiences and whether they kind of deem this film worth seeing or what worth it has. So to have that diversity is so, so, so important. And criticism plays a huge part in that. I think it's part of the landscape of curation. It's part of the landscape of distribution. So
yeah, you're so right. And I think it's like exactly what you just said, that it's also about who is doing the writing. Especially when you're doing work like this and you're working so hard to get these films out there. And if the person who is reviewing or critiquing it doesn't have any understanding of the experience or any perhaps want to try and understand the experience or to get into it and to get the nuances, then it can be incredibly frustrating because of the damage it may have on the film.
Or even to acknowledge
Yeah.
that it's just not for them.
Yeah.
That's
Like
okay.
sometimes it's just not for
Just
you
not
and
for
it's okay.
It's okay.
It's fine. There'll be something else for you.
Yeah.
What time are we at? Okay, I'm gonna go to questions in a few minutes, but I have a couple more for you both. 20 years of Bird's Eye View now reclaim the frame. It also feels important to really look forward and not, we've touched on the past and not to dwell on it too much. But especially because you've only been in your role for 9 months and you've only been here for 18 months, which is a lot of time, but also not that much time at all. You're just getting into it. I think it'd be good to know, like, what have been the biggest learning moments for you? Like, has there been a moment, small or big, that has kind of made you stop and think, we should be doing this, or we should be doing this differently, or like, that has been like, yeah. A moment like this.
I guess I guess along with doing a lot of learning in the last 18 months, I guess I think I also have been doing a lot of unlearning. Mm-hmm. This is the first time I've worked with, a very much predominantly all women, non-binary team, board, and for an organisation that is intrinsically feminist. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the things that I was first keen to do when I started was to kind of look at, just interrogate a little, like what that looked like in terms of how our organisation, our charity, was like set up, constituted, the governance, how the board works. And so those kind of going on that ride, like we brought in new trustees in the past year. We set up a new advisory. Our board now works in such a way where we don't have a chair.
Okay, wow.
We have a flat board structure. We have somebody who leads each. We do have a chair, but it's like a rotating chair, just from each meeting to meeting. Changes. So we've kind of sat down as a team and board and looked at our values. And our values are kind of very obvious in that we're a values-led organisation by the nature of, our mission, but it was more about kind of looking at how that's implemented in the structure of how we work. Those have been, for me, some of the biggest learnings and maybe kind of changes that I brought about, and I have to say unlearnings, because the last organisation I worked at for 7 years, so I had to accept that I was institutionalized in a certain way. Sorry, that wasn't your really.
No, but
your question was more about the future, but I think that was just kind of like about the addressing some of the kind of foundations on which we can build.
Which I think is important, and I think sometimes organisations and people can be scared to do that because it might rock. Like, it may change what you know and what is your norm. I think it can be easy to change your output,
Yeah.
but to look inside perhaps like your own house and recognize, actually, no, this doesn't align, or it doesn't align with what we want to be or where we're going. Yeah, is kind of can feel brave as well. I feel like sometimes, even though it's also just what you should do. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Xuan Lin.
I mean, I think because I've also been with Reclaim the Frame, sorry, different, for only 9 months as well. I think, like I was mentioning earlier, like a big learning moment for me is that it really does take time. And working previously with like when I've worked and done similar things like marketing and outreach and community building for a festival, it's been with quite established organizations that have, we've already had a pre-existing relationships. There's like a community there, and you can build on that. A lot of that as well was to do with Film House. And I think what I've learned is really about the fragility also sometimes of these spaces, and how important each of these different components of the ecosystem are. We've venues, distributors, festivals, curators, critics, all of it. And kind of I know a lot of people like to say I wear many hats, that I do many things, but I think it's given me a perspective, and this is one role as well, where I really do see all of us needing to play a part in protecting cinema and protecting cultural spaces for it. And something that I found very valuable from my work with Reclaim the Frame is that we showed a short film program of queer archive shorts. And, it's something where any kind of naysayer in this current era would be like, no one's going to come to the cinema to watch some archive shorts. But they did. They really did. And people really responded to it and enjoyed it. And they brought their friends. And it was such a beautiful energy in a cinema. And, that really did remind me, again, I mean, the other side to the fragility of all of these things is that how important it is and how rewarding it is, and how it can still very much exist. We just really need to all be so, I'm not sure what the word is, but, galvanized to really take these spaces seriously. Which all of you in this room, I'm sure you're here because you do, so I'm not saying that, but I think that's what I've really learned on the wide scope.
Thank you. Again, 20 years. What does the film industry, look like when there's, to you both, when there's no longer a space for or a need for Reclaim the Frame? That, yeah.
Yeah, I hope we don't exist.
Yeah.
I hope we don't need to exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, we shouldn't. Yeah, because the landscape of who gets commissioned and who gets what budgets and what gets released at what scale, because it's not just about what gets released, it's about what gets released to a point where it reaches more than a few cinemas in London, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, is broader. But in terms of who's made the work and how, and who's represented on screen and so on. Yeah, but I mean, the one of the, what I also hope for, because I think this is kind of one of the, I think we all know this is one of the main barriers, is that our sector, I'm talking about production, distribution, exhibition, is fairer, more compassionate.
Yeah.
You mentioned competitive earlier, like that's,
Yeah, more caring.
More caring.
More understanding, fairer.
And more people-led, like just understanding that organisations equals people, right? And creating spaces where people feel like they can bring their whole selves, or as much of their whole selves as they want to, you know, to the table. Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm really sorry for anybody who's heard me speak before, because I talk about this all the time. But one of the findings of a recent oh my god, they've just gone over my head. Raising Films report. Like Raising Films, the organisation that is supports parents and carers in the film industry. One of the findings of their recent of a fairly recent report about what needs to change for parents and carers in the industry, and I know that's not like necessarily a gendered thing, but by and large it is, was just flexibility. Like, and it's just like, oh my god, that's not that hard, is it?
Yeah.
Like, you know, flexibility in working hours, flexibility in working location.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that can't be
that hard.
that can't be that hard.
But it is that hard. Yeah. But again, it comes back to, you know, what you've been saying. It's that like fear to change, or fear to move away from what feels safe, or how things have always been done, and that's not unique to this industry.
No,
you know?
absolutely not.
Yeah. I'm gonna come to you guys because I've asked a lot of questions. If you have a question, can you please pop your hand up and we'll bring a mic over. Yeah, okay, there's one over there, and then I'll come to you after. One just here.
Hello.
So I work in, exhibition. Hello, I'm Melanie. How are you finding it? It's obviously the beginning of a really long journey to decentralise, but I find that I'm still really met with, you know, I ask for DCPs to be sent up for us to watch films, and I know Paul does as well, or screeners for films if we can't get to the industry screenings in London, and I'm still met with like kind of arsey comments like, well, you know, you're always welcome down here in London, and especially after COVID as well, where screeners were sent out way more easily, and I get comments of things are back to normal now, and you're always welcome in London, and it feels like an uphill battle all the time. So I just wondered how you guys are really at the forefront of trying to decentralise, and how is it going? A big question.
Yeah, I mean, I really hear that. So for whatever it was, 18 months or something, all of a sudden, like digital screeners, like sent by email was possible, right? During COVID, it was all possible. And then suddenly it's not again. I'm based in Sheffield, so exactly the same thing. I cannot just like pop down at a day's notice to make a 9 o'clock screening at Soho House or whatever. So we really find that there is, I don't know what to do other than to keep challenging this expectation that I can just show up for it and just keep asking. But there's a couple of things that I think are helping. One is access to screeners via BIFA. For anyone who's a BIFA voter, they've put in place something where BIFA are doing great work on a number of fronts, I think. But one of them is that I think to be eligible for a BIFA award, you have to agree to be able to share the screener via email with voters, and many of whom are, you know, exhibitors and so on. And the other thing, and I don't know if you could speak to this, Shwanley, but is Altitude has started doing press and industry screenings in different cities, and I would love to see, and sorry, maybe I'm sure other distributors are also doing the same, but certainly I've seen it mostly from Altitude. I think they've done press and industry screenings at GFT, right? But I would love to see more distributors doing that. But you must find this too from just a critic point of view as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I also receive all of these really annoying emails where it's like, you're invited to this. It's happening tomorrow at 9 a.m. in London. I'm like, this has to do with me. Why? So I think there is a lot of work to do, and that underlying assumption as well is that I'm signed up to this mailing list, so I must be in London. I think that's maybe where we need to start, is to really understand that that's not the case. And I think I've been lucky because many of the films that I do have to watch for work, because they go through press, and I think press screenings most of the time, they're quite accessible. They'll make those screeners available to press. So I've managed to watch most of the things that I've needed to without having to go and take a train and watch a screening. But a lot of films are still operating on that basis, and that just means that I won't go and watch them, and I won't see them. So a lot of work to be done still. But like you said, I think just being annoying, maybe I should reply to those emails and said, why are you asking me this? And then maybe they'll have to kind of think about that a bit more. But
and you just know that those press and screenings are in London when they don't even say London. They just give like the postcode and the first bit of the address, because the assumption is that it's London. That's my biggest bugbear. Yeah. It's like, which city is this in, please? Yeah. I mean, that's also, the great thing about Glasgow Film Festival and festivals like it, where you get a chance to see, I know that's obviously why you're here, is like to be able to dig into so many films before they get released. So there's just a whole load of screeners that you don't need to worry about. But yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. There was one later.
Hi, thank you. This has been very interesting so far. I have a two-part question really about curation and content in the films that you want to platform. First, in general, what are your thoughts on sort of improving awareness of representation issues and drawing attention to them via the content of films that are being made by the kind of filmmakers you want to support, versus that thing of speaking to someone the other day about the dream being that you can just make a silly, like a female or non-binary filmmaker can make a silly, like fun entertainment film that's just pure like entertainment. It doesn't have a point to make, and they were kind of saying when we get to that point where there's loads of those, then we'll know like there's that equality there, right? But also there's still issues that can be usefully addressed possibly, and I'd just love to know your thoughts on that. And secondly, then do you think about that when you're looking at curating both the filmmakers and like the kind of films, the kind of content they tend to make when you're deciding on what to screen?
Great question. Sorry, I thought I might have to start writing that down. Yes, it's a really good question. So in terms of our approach to what we select to support, so first of all, in terms of the limitations, so our model is we work with distributors, and then we bring BFI match funding to the table to make that, to be able to kind of double the impact of that campaign. So we are looking at films, feature films, fiction or non-fiction, that are picked up for distribution. So already that's a sort of certain pool, right? Which is why we're sort of constantly trying to champion kind of broadening, encouraging distributors to take kind of greater and greater risk. And then we're very much looking at, so what we're looking for in the films that we support are films that, because so much of our kind of events is around this idea of furthering the conversations that are generated by the films, we are interested in films, we're looking at films from the viewpoint of, does this film have something to say, and is there a kind of conversation, is there a kind of is there kind of something to kind of rally a community around this film? Having said that, because I think this kind of speaks to your point, is that if the films that we're looking at, by women, non-binary filmmakers, like absolutely don't have to be like women's issue films. They don't have to be issue based. They can be fun. So for example, we're supporting Rye Lane, which is here at Glasgow Film Festival. Everyone should go see it. I think it's on
Sunday.
Thank you.
At 4 p.m. Yeah, I just saw it.
Very good.
No, I'm going to see it. I'm very excited to see it. That's all.
It is really good. Good. I hope you enjoy it. But yeah, I mean that's it's a kind of fresh perspective on a rom-com. It's not sort of issue based. It's a really fun, engaging, funny. Like I say, it's a fresh perspective on a rom-com. It's really, it's kind of, the storytelling is interesting in terms of there's a kind of dynamism and a kind of energy to the way in which it's been shot and edited and so on. But it's not in any way kind of like issue based as such. So that we don't need that. We can, it can be films by filmmakers of marginalized genders that's not necessarily issue based. And in terms of representation, we're interested in films that that offer a kind of that offer kind of representation that we do not see enough on screen. But I'm also really interested in different perspectives on, like I have a real thing for films by women about men and masculinity. I don't know if anyone's seen, what do you call that? Sally Husseini, Al Husseini film, My Brother's the Devil. There's a whole long line of films that are about, that are by women about men. So for us, we're interested in all of that. And we're interested in a film that we're interested in films that we think we can make a difference for. So while we do support some of the kind of bigger titles, Rye Lane is like a film that's come from Sundance and so on. We're also really interested in working on smaller films with smaller distributors that we know have got smaller marketing campaigns, but that we think have something to say and that can engage, an audience that is really underserved, but together with bringing a kind of broader audience to see what that film has to say. The other thing I would say is just that the kind of selection, like the kind of process of how we make decisions on what we support is quite a collective, kind of collaborative kind of conversation among the team. And that's really important to kind of get different perspectives on the films that we're looking at. I don't know if there's anything that you would add to that. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Thank you. There was a question over here.
Hello, I'm Vanaina Arnostu. I'm based in Helsinki, Finland.
Hey.
And I wanted to ask, how do you document, archive, and share your practice with organizations and practitioners who are not based in the UK? And when I'm thinking about film history or film media, it's mainly about criticism or aesthetics or spectatorship, and I think there is a lot of I think that the way that production and distribution work are very underdocumented, so I think that this initiative should be more central when we discuss our history as filmmakers or our present as our filmmakers. Hence comes this question, like, how do we share this knowledge or these practices with other people for the present and for the future?
Thank you. So your first question about how filmmakers based outside of the UK can get involved?
Not exactly. More like how you would communicate the knowledge that is generated through your practice with wider audiences in a more historical or theoretical or non-practical, let's say, cloud.
Yeah, so I guess a couple of ways in terms of kind of maybe resources that that we have on. One is the creative responses and kind of commissioned essays that Xuanlin spoke of, and that Xuanlin and Tommy have both kind of contributed to. That is, I guess, together with our socials is kind of another way of kind of building the conversations around the films that we support, but in a way that goes beyond the cinema spaces. And another thing that we make available is the data that we hold. A lot of the data that we hold is UK specific, though, I have to say. So we kind of do the monitoring of how many films get released in the UK by women filmmakers and also by Black women filmmakers and women of colour filmmakers, and this is kind of data that we that we analyse and make available on our website. I don't know if that we run training programs, and I mentioned that we ran one internationally together with these women's film festivals supported by British Council in this past year, and I would love to keep doing that, and I would love to the training course that we run is called Filmonomics. It's for directors, producers, and it's kind of personal development course, and I would love to make that, just do more of that, open that right up. It's just very funding kind of dependent in order to subsidise it to a point that would make it feasible for independent filmmakers to be able to participate. So keep an eye out for that, but we are trying to get that supported.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions before I round up? No? Okay, that's cool, because we're basically at the end. You touched on it already about Rye Lane, but what else is happening at Glasgow? Do you have anything else?
We have the Five Devils as well. I think those are the two ones that are at Glasgow Film Festival, but I think that might have screened already. So I think the three that we're mentioning coming up probably be Rye Lane, Five Devils, and was it the Blue Kaftan? Yeah. So those will probably be coming back to GFT at some point. So if you come to those screenings, you'll see me. So please do come, and thank you all so much for being here. And I think we'll have a lot more information about Reclaim the Frame going forward, so on our socials and website.
New website that launches any minute.
New websites,
today.
New branding.
New website, new branding. Yes.
Very exciting.
Yes. Do you want to say about how Advocate?
So we also have, because I guess Reclaim the Frame is a project we've kind of emphasized a lot about building community for films. So one thing we have is the Advocates program, where you can sign up to get a newsletter kind of tailored to your region, and that will let you know when we're bringing films, Reclaim the Frame titles to you, and how to get tickets. And basically the kind of ethos behind it is that we just want people to be talking about these films, and that's not, kind of empty championing. We just want responses to it, whether you loved the film, whether you thought that there was something lacking with it, or even we just want to be able to create a cultural space online and with community to talk and respond to these films. So please do look out for, I think that Advocates will have a sign-up form on the new website. So you can sign up to that, and then you'll get all of the information about our titles coming up. So
perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you both, Melanie and Xuanlin, for today. Wishing Reclaim the Frame, well, I suppose congratulations on 20 years, and exciting about what will happen next in the next 20 years. So thank you.
And I'm going to hang around for a bit if anyone wants to say hi.
So we'll let people in around.
I feel like we're a girl band
10
at the
past
moment.
2, so
On
we've
this
got 10
panel.
minutes.
Right.
We'll let you
Great.
chat.
Yes,
Thanks,
yes,
guys.
thanks, guys. We'll do you proud, don't worry.
After nothing's due.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Good. That's an ally.
I know, that's an ally.
This is shit.
I also love that he thinks that we care.
Right, are these on? Oh, hi everyone. Welcome. Happy International Women's Day. Woo! Welcome to this Women in Animation panel. I'm Hannah Flint. I'm a critic, an author, and your host for this panel. And I've got some illustrious guests who are going to talk us all about the fantastical realm of animation. So let me introduce them. So we've got Isabel Barford, who is an recently awarding, congratulations on your recent award-winning animator and artist. She's based here in Glasgow. We've got Helen Argo, who is the executive producer for commercials and short form at Aardman, and Lauren Castro, manager of adult animation comedy series at Netflix. Hello, a big round of applause. Okay, so I kind of said before we started, gave you a bit of time to work out an animation, just as an icebreaker. What is the animation that really made you feel inspired to work in this industry? So, should we go, Isabel?
I mean, to be honest, I wish there was something more indie and original, but it was just Fantasia. Yeah, you know, it's a beautiful film. The animation is, explosive. I think.
And it introduced people to young kids to I don't know, beautiful music that beyond the kind of pop songs that they knew. Sensational.
Exactly, and it's a collation of lots of short film formats as well, which I think has something as well in itself.
Yeah, an oldie but a goodie. Helen?
Well, I've been thinking about this since you said that, and actually, I'll confess, I didn't actually like animation before joining Aardman and being in animation. I think for me, it was definitely, I did an art degree, and then when I joined Aardman, it was really looking at the work that Aardman did and the classics like Close Shave and how they were made, and that's what made me fall in love with animation.
You can stay.
Yeah. My favourite movie to date is probably Shrek. I think it was the first time, not only because it was the first time I heard a Scottish voice in animation, but it was the first time I remember my dad laughing at the same time I did, and it just felt like this cultural moment where comedy finally made sense to me. I was like, oh my god, to get a full room of all ages laughing, it was just, I'll never forget it.
Yeah. Another film that inspired music in me, I know all the words to Smash Mouth Full Stop because of that movie.
Yeah.
So I suppose you've all got very different backgrounds coming into this industry. Can you just tell me, especially people here might be trying to break in, what was the foundation of that journey, of that path?
Yeah, so I've got a background in illustration, so I have a degree in illustration, and then I did a master's in animation. And after uni, I felt quite lost. I think a lot of people do after you graduate. And if anyone's in that situation, I would also just say, it's fine, just wait, just take time, find another job, it's okay. But yeah, then I started sort of applying for small grants and small film festivals. I'm sort of more in the visual arts than animation industry, I'd say. And that's been the sort of last 4 to 5 years, making small films with small pots of funding. And I think once one institution sort of signs you off, it's a lot easier. Unfortunately, it's like that, and it's very frustrating. But once you sort of have one institution sign you off, it's easier. And then you it just starts the ball rolling. That's my background and how I came to where I am.
Well, as I mentioned, I did a degree in art. It was ceramics, actually, and a bit like you finished university and think, oh, I don't know, I don't think I want to be a struggling potter for the rest of my life. And I moved from South Wales to Bristol to do that degree, and obviously Bristol's where Aardman is, and a colleague of mine from the course was running at Aardman at the time, and she said, oh, they need a receptionist, can you come and help out for a bit? And that was 25 years ago. So I joined as a receptionist and worked my way up through production, and worked through all the different areas within Aardman, and now exec produced it across the commercials and short form. So yeah, it's been a long journey within Aardman.
But transferable skills. There's artistry and pottery.
Exactly.
Ceramics.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Three-dimensional
There we
as
go.
well,
Yeah.
So
Learn how to speak on the phone. And do you know what? The good thing about working on reception is, that when I joined Arbor, it was really small at the time. But it was right at the time where we were doing Chicken Run, the first one. And so it was the time where Arbor was starting to grow. And so there was opportunity. So I seized that opportunity because a colleague of mine was really stretched. And I said to her, can I help you? I'll help you. And that was my first move into production because I took the initiative to say, can I help? And also working on reception, everyone in the company. So, that year was an opportunity to just say hello, get to know everyone. And that was a real good foundation.
and all their secrets.
Absolutely.
A
It
little
was
word
late.
blackmail. No, I'm joking. Lauren.
Very similar to these two. I graduated from USC, but I had a degree in business, so not very creative, but I had no idea what I wanted to do. And I ended up being an agency assistant. I don't know if anyone watched Entourage, but I was Lloyd, and immediately hated it and knew that I wanted a creative job. And it was a really quick filtration system into entertainment. So I ended up, you kind of work your way up as an assistant. I was very lucky. I got a female mentor, and we're going to talk about that later, who had worked in animation, and I fell in love with it. And I knew that I was never going to be as talented as the artists or writers, but to be able to be a buyer was definitely kind of and help shape the idea and guide it in the right direction. And, I did the assistant thing for longer than I'd like to admit, and finally got promoted and never looked back.
Seems like definitely that sometimes not everyone gets this direct route into their perfect job. You have to do these stepping stones around it, but if you've got the stamina to keep going, you can make these kind of opportunities work for you.
Definitely.
Yeah. So what would you say then, with this women in animation, is there any kind of specific gendered constraints that you found as you've navigated the industry? I love that your smile's like, well, how long have you got?
Let me tell you.
Well, roll up my sleeves.
Not to jump in, but I've been in this for quite a while now, probably the better part of a decade, and I'm still one of the only female animation execs in adult animation, and I love all my colleagues. You look around and it seems like it's been a lot easier for men to kind of rise up the ranks. So I've always kind of had to put my head down and hope that I wasn't being hired to be the token female, but you always get that in the back of your head. And I know we've talked a little bit about imposter syndrome, and I think that women very specifically feel that, especially in entertainment, because it is a male-dominated field in general, and that trickles down to animation as well. So I think kind of the biggest constraint was kind of not letting my insecurity get the better of me, and just kind of, putting my head down and knowing that this is what I want to do and I love it and I think I'm okay at it, so I'm just going to stay the course.
I think you're doing pretty well.
Thanks.
I guess I also have a point about the visual arts is predominantly women, but that doesn't mean that we don't have patriarchal and misogynistic standards as applied. And I think it's also really important that we remember that, these values, these capitalistic, these patriarchal values run through a lot of women too. And they uphold it as well in the arts, the visual arts. And who is afforded trust, who is afforded a second chance, who is afforded not being asked too many questions, all of this. So I think it's also important that we remember sort of wider language that isn't just male-female, but also sort of women, femmes, mass-presenting people, non-binary people as well, because, if we're not going to get anywhere if we just replicate the systems that they've set up for us already. And, it's just, you see it a lot in visual arts as well, working exactly the same ways as men would do as well.
You said before that some of that starts from universities. Yeah. And when you're studying, and the kind of institutions also kind of part of holding that kind of standard.
I guess that was more to do with representation as well. Right. We were talking about, right?
Yeah.
But sorry.
I suppose my thing, it's interesting you say, because what you're saying about the trust thing as well. It's like people molding what your creative vision is going to be. There can be a lot of times I've read about where, or in filmmaking, that there might be a female creator, female identifying creator, but then actually their vision is diluted to make room for what is the standard practices. And I suppose trying to hold on to that, is that kind of part of what you're saying as well about like having that trust, having that autonomy and respect to be able to say,
for sure,
push your vision through.
You're second guessed a lot more, and I think there is, like you guys are talking about, the imposter syndrome that you have yourself. So being able to hold yourself while you're facing someone who doesn't necessarily think you've got the same stamina as... I do also do graphic design work, and with that I do find that there's an idea that like a cis white straight man will be inherently better at graphic design, you know, in the similar way that you have sound boys who are also like that. And I think there is, within visual arts, there's also just certain fields that men are just expected to be better at. Well, cis men are better to be too. Yeah.
Which I kind of feel is that's the tokenism. Because isn't that the real tokenism, that for years you could literally just be a cis white man and get jobs not really dependent on how good you are? So when you say like, oh, am I getting it with tokenism? It's like, no, actually, it's because you're also good at what you do. Yeah. Actually, now there's a bit more of an even playing field.
Right, but then to be hired in the first place, maybe you were a token hire, and then you had to prove yourself.
You have to prove yourself.
So
exactly.
it's a bit of both, I think.
Yeah, and so when people complain nowadays, where it's like, oh God, it's so hard, they don't want that. It's like, no, you actually have competition now.
Yeah.
So you can't just get in because of your normalised background. Helen.
Well, I guess, Aardman is quite 50-50 in terms of gender, but that's probably across the board, not fair to, notwithstanding that certain areas are definitely more weighted men than female. All my bosses at Aardman have been female, so my leadership has been definitely more female. And I guess, my only experience of it has more been, I know there was one person that it was in my team that we were always promoted together, and it was almost like I wasn't seen in my own right for the qualities and the skills that I had. It was almost like, oh, but this person who's male is on the same level as you, so therefore they always got promoted at the same time. And I look back now and I think actually that wasn't fair. That wasn't, we weren't being dealt with in our individual merits and abilities. They're not Aardman now. I am, but
and the ability to make mistakes as well and come back for it as well. Yeah. I feel like that's something that is also afforded to some people and not to others.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Failing up. Yeah. We should all be able to fail up.
And being able to be emotional in any way. Yeah. Somehow we've managed through the 20th century to sort of mask anger as an emotion, Yeah. How quickly do we find that cis men go from 0 to 100 as well?
Yeah.
With toxic
tone
masculinity.
Yeah. I wonder also with Helen Lauren, of course, we're talking about women in animation, but there's an intersection there when it comes to like race, gender, class, and all those things. And I suppose, have you noticed, of course there might be 50-50 leadership, but how many of those are white women or those sort of background? Is there something you've noticed and are trying to actively, again, try and get more representation, try and get voices beyond that norm? Because then we just get into quite like, white feminism here, and it's like not every woman is represented not all women win when one type of woman wins,
Yeah, definitely. I mean, on the development side, we always try and find creators from all backgrounds who have interesting stories to tell. I think that the shows that have the widest reach are about things that are universally relatable, right? So whether it's a family comedy or a show like Big Mouth that's about coming of age, there's so many versions of that point of view that you can explore and see. So, we don't want to just see the same version of Family Guy over and over and over again. People have a different take on family, whether it be, the color of that family or the dynamic of that family, and really explore that for, through our showrunners and our writers and our creators. We really make sure that when we staff a writer's room, for example, that it's not 6 of the same type of voices, that it really is, gender inclusive, racially inclusive, and that everyone brings something to the table to make that feel unique and different, and that the comedy feels different. And, I wish that was easier said than done. It can be an uphill battle, sometimes when your creators are of a specific cis white male background, they find it hard to, lean on others for a point of view, but I don't care.
But I would say with Big Mouth, one of the great things is that when there was Jenny Slate retiring from her role, she's Jewish, but she's not Black Jewish, and having a Black actress come in to play that was like showing that you can make changes even when it's still running and listen. Yeah. And I think that's the big thing you found is Helen, like listening to people rather than just trying to check the boxes, thinking like how can we actively improve?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's certainly something that Ardman needs to do, and we are doing. We've got a EG9 manager who is very much focused on that. I think the hardest thing for us is, and for all of it within the animation industry, is that drive for recruitment and where you're finding those people from and that talent to be able to be more diverse. For commissions like Sky, we have to report our targets. And we've been working with Sky for a number of years now, and you can see it's not improved. It is improving, but so slightly, and particularly those key roles, HOD roles, we always struggle in that area. So
is that head of department?
Yeah, head of department. So, your director of photography, your editor, those key creative roles within a show, we do, struggle to try and recruit into those diverse, and it comes back as well to those creators and writers, and you can have the talent behind the camera making it, but it's also the shows that you're making and the writers and how you're portraying those characters. So it goes right the way back to editorial and that writing stage as well.
Yeah. Because animation, the beauty of it, you can literally do whatever you want. It's like such a free medium. So Isabel, let's start with you. Let's talk about the stories that you want to tell and why you want to tell them. I'd love to get into what excites you about your storytelling.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see all that many animations with black queer bodies, and from not just being tokenized as a side character in a film, or where they're the protagonist. Also, my practice is born out of frustration and microaggressions and or just things I see that are deeply frustrating and hypocritical. And yeah, I think I found it very frustrating at uni as well. I studied illustration, which is, essentially you are essentializing people's features. So within that, it's incredibly important that you understand the history of racist tropes and racist drawings and satirical drawings, and also understand how you can respectfully draw people, and like you would anyone else, where you draw them again and again and again until you get it right. So the fact that we, even if you do go to a big institution, I went to Camberwell College of Art, very fancy, very prestigious. There's no idea of it being that you have representation. And it's across all illustration courses. And I don't think it's specific to that one necessarily. I don't want to call them out. It was a great university. That's not what I'm saying. But if you don't sort of present people who have no idea what racist tropes look like, the chances are that somewhere in the back of your mind, those racist tropes exist and they come out through your hand. And you see it again and again, and people didn't necessarily mean to do it, but you also have to do the work to undo all this unconscious bias that you have. So, yeah, I guess I've kind of meandered from the original question.
Yeah.
But I guess I also just want to say and encourage illustration courses. I don't know if it looks a bit different after sort of 2020 uprising there, but that there's more of a focus on how do we essentialize people, how do we present their features respectfully, how do we show bodies that aren't just skinny, or is it a mama bear, then she's small and cute and petite, and if it's a big bear, then, also just things that aren't necessarily true to nature always. I think if you met a mama bear, she'd be really scary,
Yeah, has anyone seen Cocaine Bear?
But also just different kind of bodies, able bodies, we don't necessarily just have cisgendered people always. So,
It's kind of in those places, they're setting the standard. They're for people going there to learn.
Yeah.
But if they're only learning the kind of very narrow-minded views, it's the same whether you're teaching films or from specifically white male directors. There is so much more out there, and actually it's their responsibility there in faculty to be the ones to say, hey, actually, let's change that up.
Yeah.
Helen, what do you what are you looking for in storytelling and news stories?
Well, I work in the commercial and short form area, so for me, you would very much work with third parties. So we kind of have to work to a brief to a certain extent. So it's not in the sense that you are more commissioning, content that is story led. Mine is story led, but perhaps more with a kind of a specific third party agenda in mind. So but for me, I just did the exec produced a 10-minute film with Lucasfilm for Star Wars, which was a really interesting collaboration to be able to do something with Star Wars, but with an Aardman take on it, and that was with a female director who is from Poland, and she created a story that was very much personal to her, in terms of moving over from Poland to the UK, and that's kind of I can't say anything more than that actually. And
Disney,
strict NDA,
sniper. There's a dot on your head.
It's called I Am Your Mother, and look out for it. It's very female.
But I just speaking to that, I was saying to you earlier, I was at Manchester Animation Festival, and it's commercial world, there seems to be, I mean, I know how much performative is corporate like structures, but there were, when I was on the jury for the short format, when it came to the commercials that we had to judge, there was so much more diversity, like not just between black and white binary, but also kind of come to gender, race, sexuality, that was far, but the ones that were kind of just the independent stuff that you know, students at school like doing, that was very kind of whitewashed and very similar. So would you find that actually there's that push for you when you're doing commercial stuff to actually say, hey, we want to be more representative?
There is, but I think it's always a fine balance to be had, because it's unless it's authentic to it, it's really hard to have those conversations. Like there's a recent one now with a commercial that we're doing. I won't say the name of it, but they suddenly halfway through go, oh, we need more diversity in there. But it's to do with a product and a family-run business. Is that, well, does your family have diversity in there? Well, no.
Yeah.
Well, then we're not going to put a token person in there because you've suddenly realised, oh, we're not diverse. So I think it's how you navigate that when trying to be authentic and sort of try and say, well, you can't just put, and then the usual thing with animation sometimes is, oh, well, we'll do it in the voiceover.
Yeah.
So it is a hard one to tread.
You're fighting the good fight, though. Lauren, you've only just kind of recently started with Netflix, so like, what were you looking for in stories, and what's your kind of remit now as well specifically? Because obviously there was a lot of layoffs last year, but like, has that impacted the way you are picking series and stuff you're investing in?
Definitely. I mean, streaming is a numbers game. So the mandate and the directive is always like program a show that is going to catch the biggest possible audience. Okay, sure. That's easier said than done. Shows like, critical darlings like BoJack Horseman and Tuca and Bertie that are tonally in the realm of adult animation are very specific. And Tuca and Bertie was the first time I felt like I saw a show that felt inherently female, even though it was talking birds. Do you know what I mean? There was like the stories and the conflict was inherently female, and it talked about really hard issues. Same with BoJack Horseman. That show was about mental health. Like that never had been seen in The Simpsons, for example. So I think for me, even at this job and previously at Paramount or even at Marvel, it's like, okay, well, yes, you want animation to reach a large audience, but it is a medium and you can tell any story in that medium. And I know we're going to talk about this later, but the adult animation audience is primarily male, but it's not only male. So you can tell stories in that medium for anybody. So I think it's kind of just like pulling away. It's bridging the gap between, having a very successful show and a creatively successful show. Those are two very different things. And I think it can be really frustrating push and pull for executives in my field to, not fall into the same kind of, okay, what formula works? Let's just keep making that over and over and over again.
Yeah, so you're trying to make the local universal kind of thing, and that can be a really tricky balance because not everything hits. But then, we are in a kind of risk-averse world now where it's like you said, everything you have to hit, but surely you kind of keep taking risks, otherwise we're not going to get some special things, because BoJack was a risk, right?
Of course, yeah. And I mean, animation's not cheap. Helen will tell you, it's very expensive to make an animated show. So.
How expensive? Tell me your exact budget.
It depends on the number of characters.
Yeah. Other crowds.
Are they getting $1 million an episode like the Friends lot?
No, it really is about like $1.5 million an episode for an animated show. Wow. So they don't just say, oh yeah, spend the money, it's fine. Like they really want you to make sure you feel like it's going to be a hit. Wow. Which is, again, very tricky, because you could really believe in a show idea and a creator, but you might know that it's not going to reach a big audience, but it's going to be so good.
Well, this is the thing. It's this weird barometer of success. What is success? Because if it's actually reaching the audience it's targeted at, isn't that the success?
Yeah.
I was going to ask something like Tucumberry. Right? It had a first season and then it's been cancelled.
I think it was cancelled,
Yeah.
And I feel like if it'd been given a bit more time, people would have come, right?
Oh, yeah.
It
Like,
went on
I
to
just
another
feel like that
channel,
was
didn't
cut
it?
It
way
did.
too
It went
short.
to Adult
So
Swim.
it
and
went to
then,
Adult Swim. Okay.
Even BoJack, which was also Lisa, that show was, you know, it did fine in its initial run. It was the first adult animated show that Netflix put up, but like it's still getting viewers now. And Netflix bases its kind of pickups if it's going to pick up a season 2. And keep in mind, I'm still learning, so some of that's take it with a grain of salt. But they learn if they're going to pick up a show within the first less than a month of the show airing, because you know, most people will watch a show and then forget it. I mean, I'm sure everyone in this audience watches a Netflix show and then, you know, it's like, oh, season 2 is coming out a year later. I forgot about the first season, you know? You don't go back and rewatch it. But shows like BoJack, like, it's like a cult following. People go back to it and keep watching it over and over.
Yeah.
So that is a definition of success, I feel like, in adult animation, and very hard to achieve.
Oh God, yeah. So just while I got you here, we are going to open up for questions. This is a safe space. I know it's scary to ask on. I will emphasise questions, not statements. Please. Please, questions. We've got I've got a bit of time. Yeah, I'm gonna do another chat, do more questions for about 10 minutes, and then you know, let's talk about Helen. You've said that you worked in so many different departments. I suppose how did those different experiences, working in different subsections, help you to where you are now? What did you kind of take away from all those different departments?
This probably sounds a really not serious answer, but it is a serious answer. But from working across features, series, short films and commercials, you know, I kind of very much realised that I like commercials and short form because it's a smaller amount of time for animation. And so you can kind of, you know, particularly with a project that, you know, you kind of enjoy, but you don't, you know, it's going to be over within a certain amount of time and you can move on, and there's lots of opportunities to keep doing different types of work. And particularly in commercial and short form, you know, we work across all different techniques, and that can include live action and animation mix. So that is really exciting to me, rather than on a feature where you are literally on it for about 4 or 5 years. And it just, I realised quite quickly that's not for me. I did Robin for Netflix actually a couple of years ago. That was probably one of the last things that I produced, and it was great. But, you know, you're still watching half an hour rushes every week, and it's like, oh, I'll watch it again. whereas a short film, you know, 5 minutes.
So I suppose for people who want to get into, like, your kind of area, like, what are the things that you have to kind of be in charge of and have to think about on a kind of daily, weekly basis, like part of your role?
What,
really?
my role now?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we a bit like Lauren in the sense that you get scripts sent to you. I get scripts sent to me from third-party agencies and direct clients for short film and commercial work. And, you know, part of my job is to decide whether it's something we want to pursue, because quite often they'll come out with something that's, you know, we want to use Wallace and Gromit in, you know, and it could be the most most inappropriate thing for Wallace and Gromit to do, and so you're having to sort of like politely respond going, oh, that's great, you know, but unfortunately Wallace and Gromit are busy at the moment with on a feature film, not quite available, and so, you know, we try and steer it, and it's you know, but it is about constantly getting back to people and, you know, getting those relationships, and then and then we've got to pitch for the work. So quite often, you know, we are pitching up against 2 or 3 other agencies for the work. And so, you know, in the commercial and short form area, it's not a guaranteed, you know, we're always busy. It is about pitching for work. But I like that, you know, I like that diversity of the work that we do.
Yeah, pitching though. Oh.
Put a lot of work in.
You already did the panel on turn in rejection.
I did, yeah.
We've already
I
covered
should have
that.
come to that.
Well, Isabel, you're freelance, really.
Yeah.
We're in this struggle. I'm freelance as well, so it is. Sometimes you're like, how do you make this a career?
Yeah.
So I'd really love to know about like how you are making that a successful career.
I mean, I think the answer is I'm just like a multi-hyphen, like so many other people, is that I also do graphic design work, I also do illustration work, publications for exhibitions or different kind of things as well that kind of come up within the within the visual arts world.
Are more opportunities come up since lockdown? Because I noticed there's been, for us, a real shift in being able to work with a lot more artists remotely. And it's not, and it's almost alien to think. I don't know why we didn't think of that before, but so are there more opportunities for you now?
Yeah, I guess, in that light as well, it's quite easy to work with someone in London.
Yeah.
I don't need to go down to London anymore in that way, or it has opened up things up massively.
Are the bursaries, do they help as well? Because again, trying to get that start-off cash so you can actually take the time to do the work.
But the thing is, the grants that you're given aren't necessarily gonna cover the amount of work it would take for animation, and I think that's where it kind of falls a bit short, right? Because those are maybe intended for, film, right? So in order for me to make the films, I also do. I'll get the grant, but that's not necessarily going to cover me for the time that it will take for me to make it.
Yeah.
And then, you sort of add other design jobs to sort of fill the gaps as well. But I think I feel quite lucky and have gotten to this stage, because previously I found it very hard to sort of work a non-creative job and then try and keep your mind in two worlds. And I know that is just a reality, and that is just for a lot of people, and you have to just, I don't have an answer to that. It's hard. So I also just feel quite lucky where I am, to be honest.
It's lucky, it's timing, hard work, stamina.
And I think I would also just like to say what I found really frustrating, personally at least, with a lot of sort of artist talks at university, is that you hear someone's story and it's supposed to be a way for you to understand how to gain access into the industry, but a lot of it is just luck and timing. Sort of being persistent and not letting yourself feel as though you're an imposter, and just continuing making work for yourself, even, really not allowing other people, other institutions to tell you that you're not quite good enough in here, because you're still learning. Just because you're finished with university doesn't mean you've finished learning. You never finish learning.
It's a craft.
It's a craft. It's a lot of luck. It's a lot of timing. It's a bit of networking, annoyingly, I would like to be a gremlin in my room all day, but,
Well, speaking of wages, I mean, we know we're talking a bit about the gender gap in animation, but also is there still kind of a gender pay gap that you kind of have to fight against as well when you're kind of in charge of budgets and in charge of paying people like Lauren? Again, I know you just started, but from your experience for other places.
For me specifically as an executive, I know there was definitely a pay gap when I was coming up. I remember I got promoted. I won't say the company name, but I finally got off the desk and they said, "Here's your promotion and here's your money." And I said, "Thank you very much." And I moonwalked out of the room. I was thrilled. And a few months, maybe a year later, another assistant who worked for the president at the time, a male, got the same promotion and was so excited, and he came to tell me about it. And I was like, "Oh, mate, congratulations!" And he told me how much he was making. I was like, "Come again?" Sorry, that's definitely different from what I was offered, and I'm still making. And I worked much harder for it. I mean, lovely chap, but okay. And I marched straight into my boss's office and said, "Not on." Who was a woman, so she knew. And I was...
What you were saying.
Yeah. And, she immediately fixed it, but the fact I had to tell her...
Yeah, she would have gotten away, she would have tried to get
Exactly,
away, for sure.
So that was upset. And when we pay writers and stuff, luckily there's, guilds and things that make sure that there is equality across the board. Sometimes I hear conversations that kind of skew away from that, where it was like, okay, well, a brand new writer is coming into a writer's room as a writer's assistant, we should pay them X amount because they're not in the guild. Maybe that she's a woman, or maybe it's a queer person or whatever, and same for a male writer's assistant. And I always try and just kind of make sure that the conversation is equality, Yeah. And it's, it sucks to say it out loud that you still have to have those conversations even at that level, but it's like you said, you have to, actively change the kind of mindset, and maybe people aren't unaware of the bias or whatever, but it's definitely still a very real thing.
And, I feel like we're quite assertive people. You're obviously a assertive person. Not everyone has that kind of that fight in them. And I suppose, you know, what would you recommend people doing if they're in a situation and they're just not as comfortable to have that? Because it's a confrontation, but it's awkward. I mean, no one likes talking about money. It's really annoying.
I think you can, I mean, I've also just, like everyone, learned the hard way sometimes with money, that even if it's someone that you know, even if it's a friend, just make sure that you talk about money before you begin. Even if the person doesn't have the money, at least you know what your situation is, and then you can agree to do less or more or whatever, right? And I know that sounds really simple and obvious, but it happens, even though,
Full transparency.
Yeah.
Full transparency, and I think you don't let people intimidate you into thinking that you have to be alone in the room. Because sometimes it might be like 3 people and you're one person, so obviously you don't feel strong enough. So if you've got a mate who can have your back a bit, maybe not speak on your behalf, but even having that strength of having someone else in the room if you need to negotiate that, I think that is perfectly fine. And don't remember that you also can play a bit of a power card sometimes. Yeah. Because they also need you to an extent, right?
You have to lift each other up. They just passed a law in the US where employers have to tell you the range of salary that they're looking at for that salary. So then you know the floor and you know the max. And they have to explain to you why they're offering you a certain amount versus the highest version of the
Wow.
It's weird, and it still feels weird to talk about money, you know? I feel like it just is one of those conversations where you start to kind of be like, oh, it just feels icky. But I think, you know, being from Scotland, I do quite like confrontation. So I love that. It's like, all right, tell me how much you're offering, you know? I think that we're allowed to do that now, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, I mean, God, sorry, the amount of times we get pitched stuff and it's like they don't even give you the amount that they want to pay you in the first place. It's really frustrating. Yes, love this.
And also just look at artist union rates, and if they're trying to underpay you, you say this is what the artist union rates is.
Yeah, cool.
So, And if they do want you to work for less or whatever, if you feel like it's a good opportunity for you and exposure, sometimes it can be that. I understand, you know.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be free, but like sometimes you can kind of make a balanced decision of like, oh, okay, it's not greatly paid, but I know it'll be seen here, so maybe we can get something else, you know. But yeah, I mean, I think sometimes it's also good for them to know that they're underpaying you, so that you got a bit more power in like, no, I don't want to change this whole thing. No, I'm not gonna, you know, make another edit for you because you're not paying me enough. Yeah. And I think that is actually just fine.
Oh my God, we can't even get into the VFX industry right now because talk about how many million edits. I mean, work from home is great, but not when it can contact you literally 24 hours a day to get stuff done. But that, again, that's a different panel. So what I love is that people here, you know, some people don't have this access to people who are in the industry, who've got the advice, got the experience, you know, in a way that you're providing some mentorship here. Who have you had that have been mentors in your life, in your career, that have really helped you positively, negatively? And do you feel that now you feel like that's a responsibility you feel like taking on as well?
For me, definitely. I was really lucky to immediately have a female boss who had come up in the animation space, which, like I mentioned earlier, is very rare. And she took me under her wing and really mentored me, you know, until I got promoted. But like I mentioned, there was also that other incident. And, you know, it is tricky. There is, with mentor relationships, I think specifically female ones, you know, there's a lot of emotion involved, and the line gets a little blurry between mentor and friend. You know, I still call her very often to ask for advice across all aspects of my life, and I'm really lucky to have that. But I definitely learned that there should be kind of a bolder line between the two. So when when there's assistants in my department, I have an open door policy. I want them to ask me all the questions if they think it's stupid. I want them to feel like they can come to me with everything, you know, like I want them to have that space for them. And I talked about it a little bit on the panel yesterday about turning rejection to strength. Like, this is an opportunity for networking all the time. But Hollywood is about networking. So if someone gives you that opportunity, even if it's just they've said yes to a pitch and they've asked a few questions, like, use that to follow up. Like, take them up on it. Don't feel shy about it. You know, come and talk to me and use that. Like, I would like to give whatever wisdom I have, it's not a lot, and pass it down to other people so that they can learn.
See, that's a self-deprecating thing that
I
women do.
I know.
There's a lot of experience. You're very experienced.
Imposter syndrome. I got it again.
Helen.
Well, I guess, you know, I've had a really good friend who was my boss and mentor. She's not at Aardman anymore, but I still see her quite a lot. And I guess for me, you know, it's interesting because there were a lot of positives and negatives I took from her, you know, in the sense that she was brilliant, but at the same time you also learnt the things not to do, if that makes sense. And I think the way that I tend to manage my team now is always really fairly, you know, in the sense that I know where I came from in Aardman. I grew up through Aardman. So I've done the jobs, the production assistant, the production coordinator, you know, all those jobs. And you should never forget that you've done those jobs. So for me, you know, I'll still walk through the office and say, who wants a cup of tea? Let's go, you know, and it's just being able to just do your job well, but also make sure that your team members know you're part of the team with them, not that you're in this office and, you know, they're working, you know, for you, because it's not, you know. So I'm very much, that's definitely my style of management is very much we're all together, and I'm not afraid to muck in and do the work.
Yes. And you make a good cup of tea.
I do make a good cup of tea, partly because no one else makes a good cup of tea, probably. Not the way that I like it.
I'll go. Have you had any mentors that have kind of inspired you?
I think my support network is definitely my peers, for sure. And I think, you know, all of us being freelance as well, and sort of pulling each other up and making sure that we're not letting certain institutions' voices make you feel like you can't do this, or you're not an artist, you know, because some critique can be horrible sometimes, and you're like, oh, maybe they are right. And it's like, no, they're gaslighting you.
It's hard to be in freelance. You need that support.
For sure. Absolutely. I think so. I think it's really...
And also to vent.
To
be like,
vent.
oh, mate.
Sometimes you need a villain for a project. I've really come to see that. You know, someone you can just direct all your anger towards, like, oh, they've done this again. This helps you get through. Like, not to put them on a pedestal where they have power over you, but just to, if someone's being horrible to you, then venting and sort of villainizing them can actually help, I think.
And also, I suppose, is there some... You're in a collective? Are you in a collective?
No,
Yeah, I thought you were...
in a collective.
No, but I suppose... Is there a sense of camaraderie in if an opportunity might not be right for you, hey, maybe this person would be good?
Yeah.
Is that something that you kind of foster as well?
Absolutely. But I think that's also, you know, amongst like black femmes in Glasgow, especially black queer femmes, I'd say, you know, we share things, we want to make sure that we can pull each other up. And I think that runs quite genuinely through. Even if not everyone's friends, I think there's a nice idea of support network and just making sure that someone gets it.
Because I feel like we're all striving to make it easier for the next people to come up. And I suppose it's kind of like, sometimes it can be so competitive that you're worried that, oh, wait, if I give this person this contact and then they get work, suddenly you'll get replaced. And I think there can be that competitive, especially with freelancers, that mentality. But actually fostering kind of friendship and, hey, look, helping each other out, you're all going to end up helping each other out in the end.
For sure. But I think also, you know, in certain groups, there's also an idea that let's not give in to the capitalist idea that we're all competitors.
Right.
You know, or that there is an abundance. There's only a minute amount of space for someone at the top. Because that's also part of women and femmes going against each other, right?
Yeah.
That's like, there's not space for all of us. It's like, there could be. And it's this idea that there is an abundance of things, which I understand there isn't, but there is space for us all.
But there is in the illustration side, isn't it, to a certain degree, because it's your sense of your illustration style is only going to work for certain projects. So in some respects, you know, you don't have peers that have all got the same skill as you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, but there's also,
Okay, we're going to open up for some questions. There is a roving mic. Don't be shy. If anyone's got one, please raise your hand. Yes, this person in the front.
Thank you for the panel. It's fantastic. I just wanted to ask, like, as a writer who has no professional experience in animation, but who would love to write for animation, and as I understand, a lot of the times, sort of people who end up writing for animation, they start out as artists and animators and work their way up to that spot. But what would you say to a writer who wants to write for animation but doesn't have the experience in there? Like, is there a pathway there? How exactly do you communicate to an animation studio that your writing suits animation? And
Well, it's a great question. I think that adult animation is very specific. It's not like kids animation is very writer driven. So that perception that you have to be an artist is, in my opinion, false. I think that animation is just another medium for comedy. So I think you and I spoke a little bit about it yesterday. If you can write a solid half-hour script, then that means you can write an animation. Do you know what I mean? And I think that writing an animation for comedy writers is just a fun exercise because you can really do whatever you want. And I think that the writing should speak for itself. Like, you shouldn't have to pitch yourself to an animation studio to be like, I can write animation, I promise. Like, look at everything in my script talks, or like all this crazy shit that happens, and we go to space, and there's, it's like, you don't need that. As long as the characters are strong enough. I think story matters less in comedy, but I think like if you've got that kind of strong point of view and that strong entry point, then it's all that matters.
Just to follow up on that, I mean, because again, it's like writing for animation as if it's quite, it's still considered quite niche kind of feel compared to live action. But would you say, again, it's kind of like treat it as if you're writing a story, anything that can go anywhere, and then you just build on it?
Yeah, I think animation really is just a way to elevate the comedy. Do you know what I mean? I think that we get considered the red-headed stepchild in entertainment for the longest time. It was like, oh, it's animation, it's for kids. I mean, it's literally why the word adult is in my title, which, opens up other questions within my family. But it really is, it's such a beautiful medium, and there's so many animation styles, and there's just so much you can do within. I mean, I love it so much, and adult animation is very specific. It's very, it's comedy, but you can do like big dramas in animation. I mean, anything can be animated. So I think the pandemic is really helpful, pulling away from that kind of perception of animation being like, it's one thing. I think that people were like, oh, we can produce animation anywhere, and like more live action people started to dabble, and it's really opened things up for us. I forget the question.
But you're right, though. It's good characters, and whether that's a live action actor or an animated character that an animator is acting, on screen. It's kind of, the fundamentals of the writing is almost the same. The only time we'll look at a script that go, oh, that's clearly written for live action, is more when it comes to, I don't know, kind of that sort of sense of big epic kind of things. You're like, oh my god, no way can you do that in animation. It's more, but not so much the character and the emotion and the storytelling.
And certainly with like a film like Flea, it's like a vital job because you have to protect that person as well, and using exciting ways to tell stories beyond the norm. Thank you so much for your question. That lady at the back.
Hi there. I'm a commercial director. I was just wanting to ask about your experience with getting paid to pitch. So do you get paid? You said you're sometimes up against other agencies. Do you pay your directors to pitch? Do you expect to get paid to pitch? Because I think in this country it doesn't happen so much, but I found that when I worked in other countries, you do get paid to pitch, and it's really helpful.
Yeah, no, good question. And I know a lot of companies don't pay people to pitch. We actually pay people to pitch. It might not be, for instance, it depends on the sort of the size of the budget potentially with, that's attached to that job that we're pitching on, but we absolutely pay our directors. We also pay to, a story artist, a designer, and then obviously we've got the in-house talent that we try and put on it as well. So we definitely try and put our all into the pitch. It may be, on things that we get, it could be a charity film, for instance, with quite a small budget that we want, or a music video. They're always notorious for low budgets. And, but they're good opportunities and they're good exposure, particularly for younger directors and to get their name out there. So we will perhaps just put a set fee and put it out to quite a number of our directors to give them an opportunity to pitch on something that's got, to your point earlier, where you can kind of, you're happy to do a smaller fee if the exposure attached to that project is worth it. So yeah, we do pay, but I know some people don't.
No. Thank you so much for your question. Someone else? This person over here.
Hi. I was just wondering if it was great to hear all about all your paths and stories. Is there a work of yours that you're especially proud of for anyone that wants to further research you guys and see what was up?
So hard to pick a favourite. I feel particularly proud of the shows that I got on there at Marvel. We did 2 shows. One was stop motion. One was 2D, more anime-inspired action comedy. Jason Sudeikis played the lead.
Hit Monkey?
Hit Monkey, yeah.
And what was the other one?
MODOK.
Oh, that's so good. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
But it's like, you know, I wasn't a Marvel fan. I hadn't opened a comic book before working there.
All right,
Say
leave.
that out loud,
Leave
yeah.
now.
Yeah, I know. I know. But it was very specific strategy. It was like, how can we broaden the audience, you know, before it was the most massive audience in the world. So to be able to kind of leverage the brand in a way that hadn't been done before, and what works in 2D animation, in adult animation, and we had a lot of fun doing it. And it was like, you know, soup to nuts. I got to really produce them, boots on the ground, and see them to air. So I'm very proud of those.
That's some real adult animation.
Yes, it is.
I guess I've had the opportunity to work on quite a number of projects that are really different. So the one that I did back in, I think it was 2009-10, was something called the Tape Movie Project, where we engaged children throughout the UK to write a story, and then they did all the illustrations, and then we animated, and they suggested the voiceovers they want. And I remember having to approach all these celebs at the time, and you know, Dick and Dom and all Stacey Solomon, because it was off the back of X Factor. So it was kind of like, so it was you know, absolutely mass participant throughout the whole country, but really rewarding. We did a half-hour film called The Itch of the Golden Knit. At the end of it, we set up a whole website where children could, you know, contribute to the story, send in all their designs, and so it was just. And we went to the museums as well, and we did workshops at the museums. So just being able to go outside of Ardman, engage children, and you know, and then create the animation at the end was
Is that available online?
Probably, yeah. I think there's a making of as well, but yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There we go. You've got this like Film London. You've got a website with all your films.
Yeah, I think Sidesteps, my most recent film, is probably the thing that I feel like is the most, the one I'm most proud of, and also it's a second version of a film as well. So I made it maybe 2 years before. And it was at an animation festival. I didn't feel that confident in it, but I knew it had more potential. So even if it took like another 2 years for me to pick it back up, I think even in picking it back up, I'm proud of myself, you know? Sometimes you don't want to kill your darlings, but just want to save them a bit for later, you know? So, yeah.
It's so interesting as an artist, like fine-tuning, like when you put something out, is it finished? Has it ended once you put it out? Or has that got a life afterwards?
No. Sometimes you also just have to put it out when you have to put it out, and there's just a deadline. And then that doesn't have to be the end of the film for you, you know? That might still travel some festivals or something, so... But I feel like there is a temptation just to be like, oh, it's done, sick of it, don't want to look at it again, but actually just leaving it for a bit and going back to it. Yeah.
A redux.
Nice.
I love it. Okay, this person here.
Hi, so you mentioned earlier that animation is sort of like seen as lesser than live action, and I certainly think that's true. Do you think that adds more pressure on people within the industry and pressure on especially projects in film and television to do super well?
Yeah, I mean, I specifically, yes, at Netflix, I mean, you know, we talk about budgets and audience, but for adult animation, that is a drop in the bucket compared to the live action audience in series and films. So there's always this pressure. It's like, well, they did these numbers, so how can we get these to match these? So I definitely feel that. I think when I was at DreamWorks, it was very different because those are for the whole family, so everyone can really enjoy them. But adult animation is a very specific audience, so you feel the pressure. But I mean, is it ever gonna fully change? I don't think so, but you know, I think that people are definitely moving away from being less live action, snobby.
And the supremacy.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Someone else. This person here. You've had your hand up for a while. Sorry, it took so long.
No worries. Hi, I'm Zoe. I'm a writer and director, and it's a follow-on from Jennifer's question earlier on, sitting in the second row there. A question regarding writers who are not animators themselves, and this is specific to short form, looking to pair up with a very specific brief in terms of the type of animator that they want to work with on a particular project, what are the means and ways to find those individuals above and beyond attending an animation festival, for example? Because often what remains online and that is in, I suppose, in the forefront of people's minds is the winners, but the winners might not necessarily be the right person for your project. Who do you go to try and partner up to find your tribe and pitch together?
That's a good question.
Really good question. Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I guess for me, within the short form side of of the bit that I do, it's probably much shorter, if you see what I mean. So I kind of don't look necessarily within my area look for writers to partner with animators, because quite often we get sent the script. You know, we have got potentially someone in-house if we wanted to just sense check something with them, but really the directors would be working with that either the director client or with the agency that have got their writers. So I guess, you know, for me within my area, I probably don't really use writers that much. On our shorter form, in terms of, I guess, a 10-minute short that we do, so for instance the Star Wars one, that comes out of our development area, and they've got, you know, a huge roster, well, not really a roster, they've got people that they can contact, but they're always on the lookout for new writers, because every project is different and it's got to be the right sort of casting for that particular project. And I think, you know, we definitely need, and I think we do need to look wider at that. So all I can say is kind of, you know, that get in touch, send in your CV to our development team, because they're the ones that use the writers.
It's also, you have like agency who might represent a load of directors and they'll push them forward, and then different things, and that way it's kind of like, if you look at an agency website, like specifically, and they'll say, okay, these are directors that we work with, and they'll push that. Is that part of?
Well, we've got our own roster of directors.
Yeah.
So when I say work with an agency, I mean like an advertising agency, you know, or a communications agency that was set the brief with a client.
Right. So it's the ad, and then you have the production companies, and production companies have their specific ones.
So we're the
work
production
with.
company. We have the director, but quite often that director would work with the agency creatives with that script.
In the half-hour space, you know, it's obviously very writer-driven, but if someone comes in with a pitch with a specific look attached, it's always kind of nice to see what a creator's vision really is for a show. It's not necessary by any means, but I think, you know, in the States specifically, I can't speak for here in the UK, there are organisations like Women in Animation or Black and Animated, Latinx Animation that you can follow on Instagram, who will highlight up-and-coming animators, artists, character designers, who, you know, may be employed by the third-party production companies that we would go to for series production. But if you're, you know, developing an idea and you need someone to maybe do some freelance stuff, that's a good place to go and look, because, you know, they might not have won any competitions, but they've got a really cool look, and, you know, it's just a nice place to kind of find rising stars, I think.
Yeah.
Have you found that? Do you have to collaborate with anyone?
Oh, sorry, I just assumed this question was by no means for me. But
Hey, yeah. Everyone gets to answer. Hope everybody else is ready.
So do I have any collaborators?
I mean, yeah, because do you collaborate on your work? I mean, is this part of the kind of peer network thing of like recommendation through friends and stuff?
Definitely. I think that is a big part of how I started working as well, was through being brought into projects as well. So other people who might have gotten funding from Creative Scotland and then getting to do a bit of animating.
And how do they find you?
How did they find me?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it is that thing of like, once you're mentioned one place, then it might be something else. So it's a bit word of mouth. I guess Glasgow is quite small. So I think Glasgow is quite good for that in some ways. Obviously, there's way more opportunity somewhere like London, but if you do something fairly good and your name is mentioned, you know, chances are that you might get picked up for something else. But like someone else might recommend you or want you to work on a project. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I hope I answered it. It's good answers, yeah? Yes, good panel. You can come back. This gentleman here, thanks. You know.
Hello. I'm going to be cheeky and ask two, but don't worry, one's quite a short one. But
It better be. You're timing you now.
Oh
10,
God,
9,
no. Okay, so basically with places like HBO Max taking off animations from the site, and they're like, and I think Netflix even cut kids animation and stuff. How do you feel about the state of animation at the moment? But follow up, what are the films or series that make you quite happy or excited to keep working in animation?
I feel like this is quite an old one, and it does have its problems in a lot of ways. But Boondocks will always make me like excited. It's so funny, and the characterization is just brilliant. And yeah, it's just really unapologetically black, and I don't think there's a lot of other series that are like that, you know? Yeah.
To answer your first question, I typically like to look glass half full at the overall state of the entertainment industry. It is quite unrecognisable right now. I think animation's definitely suffering from all these big mergers and acquisitions, and I just like to blame big corporate America for that, and less, anybody, animation's just always the first line on a spreadsheet to get looked at and slashed. So all those shows falling off of HBO Max is very much because they don't want to pay creators, money, which is so fucked up. But I have hope that it's going to kind of return. Like, I think life is a circle, right? And I think we're going to get back to a nice, peaceful time sometime soon. She said naively.
And I guess for me, I'm going to do the Arbon line. We've got Chickaman 2 coming out at the end of the year, and I work at Arbon, and I have not seen a single thing on it. So that is the beauty of working at Arbon when you've got other areas. So things like that feature, I haven't seen anything on it, so I'm looking forward to it coming out at the end of the year.
Yeah, so what was did you give a film or series
that I'm excited about, like, right now?
Just anything that makes you excited about, like, the future of animation.
Yeah.
I need to come back to that question, honestly.
I feel like Tucanberry as well was quite...
Tucanberry was, that's one of my favourite shows ever. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Tucanberry. And Lisa Hannaway always says it so perfectly. She's like, they asked for a gourmet meal and ultimately wanted McDonald's. Do you know what I mean? But she's still got to make the gourmet meal, which makes me so happy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it lives so happily in my mind. So
yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're asking me, but I really like Marcel Shell with shoes on.
Did you see? I haven't seen the film yet. I'm so excited.
It's just like...
Is the film good as well?
I loved it. It's like the perfect seamless marriage of like live action and animation.
Yeah.
And not to like misquote, well, I'm actually going to misquote Harry Styles. It's like a mockumentary that really feels like a documentary. Right? It's just and I really like Little Demon on Disney Plus, which is great.
Is that on Disney Plus?
Yeah. You left? R.I.P.
I had no. Well, no. It's just like things are on different streamers
You're
here
like,
and there.
right.
I'm like, what? That's okay.
Yeah. Did you work on that?
No.
You was done.
Yeah.
It's great and dirty. I love it. You've got a question. I mean, I will give you the mic just so everyone can hear it. Yes. Oh, if you could wait one step, we're just going to give you the mic. Thank you. Thanks so much. Shout.
So my question is that typically how long does the production take to make a 30-minute episode? And I would like to know, like, during the production, what are the difficulties you often occur compared to a live action production?
Oh, that's a good question. It's tricky because I haven't really worked in live action, so I can't compare difficulty. But in adult animation, it takes about 2 years to make an 8-episode, 10-episode show. I know features we talked about is much, much longer. I think animation, because a lot of the production, the pre and post happens in the States, but a lot of it gets shipped to Korea for like actual production. Like the animation happens overseas. So there's a lot of delays, when it like gets out of your hands and it goes somewhere else and something happens. And I think those kind of external factors that you can't really predict are the biggest production issues we run into. So when schedules push and air dates push, people get very panicked and worried. But, there's always going to be something that happens that trips you up. And I'm sure live action is the same. It's just a lot of the stuff's in the can. You know, it's been shot and that's it. Animation you can tweak until the very end. So
well,
it's,
you say that.
well, yeah. Says the production executive.
Not on my watch.
I guess there is a point difference with animation though, because you know, for us, we always want to strive to lock that animatic before you start your animation. So in some respects, your editing is really locked before you go into that animation shoot, whereas with live action, there is the element to noodle and tweaking the edit after it's been shot.
True.
But I guess for me, I did the half-hour Robin, and that was about 2 years. And just as we were about to hit full shoot, COVID happened. And it was a stop frame shoot, which of course everyone's clambering over each other in the studio. And so I think that was the biggest challenge for me on that one. It was Netflix, we delivered it a year late. They were very happy, they were very okay about that. But you know, that was for me a massive challenge, trying to reset the first, you know, none of us had done it before. How do you shoot stop frame social distanced? And so it was kind of a real challenge to try and reset that production. And then work out how to finish, well, really shoot it under COVID. That was tough. We did it, but
I mean, I don't know how much you can answer about this, but even like there are the schedules and having to meet them. How does working on a streamer or working on TV schedules? I mean, streamer is it easier because like if you've got, you know, there's issues with films in live action where like they're writing it as they're shooting it and they have to announce this date and it has to be that day even if it's finished. I think like Ant-Man, it went out and they couldn't actually finish all the VFX work on it. Like, is it easier to kind of move things around when you're working with a streamer or?
Not so much. I mean, I guess the one thing we've never been able to sort of ever resolve, and I think it happens in live action, is nailing that script. And then doing the animatic and then the shoot. You know, in an ideal world, that's how you want to do it. You get a lot of script, you've got your animatic, you know what you're going to shoot. But that never happens. You're still almost writing it, tweaking the animatic, you've started shooting, and so it is quite high pressured in that respect. I think the harder thing then with a streamer is that you have got your deadline. And so, you know, that becomes a challenge. And then I think as from a scheduling point of view, you always want to put in your buffer. I know Netflix put in quite a buffer, don't they, at the end? I think it's 3 months before you deliver the film. So there's probably a degree of flexibility, but it's still tight.
Is there points of improvisation then after you? So say you set up the scene and you're sort of like, this is gold, this comedy or something, and then you want to go back. Is that the sort of that might happen, and then you go back and tweak it, even though you thought, okay, it's set?
No, it tends to be quite set. If anything, probably where the freedom comes is maybe the animator's interpretation of that scene.
Or line delivery.
Yeah, and it can work both ways. The director can be surprised and go, oh, this is brilliant, or, oh, God, that's not the performance I wanted. And then as a producer, it's really hard because they're going, please, can we reshoot that? It's like, well, I haven't got time for reshoots. Okay.
Just so it becomes... Quite strict.
Yeah.
Does testing come into it, like test screenings, or do you do that?
On features, we do, And I know what film was it? I think it was Farmageddon, or one of our features. We had to do quite a lot of, or Pirates maybe. We had to do some reshoots because it didn't test.
How long did that take to get done?
What, Pirates?
Well, I mean, because you said it takes so long, and then there's that period. Like, how much longer did it add on to your?
I can't remember. I wasn't across that detail.
You blocked it out of your mind. You're like, don't talk to me.
It's not ideal, put it that way. But if it's not testing well, you're going to have to do something.
Okay. I think we've got like 5 minutes left. Yes, you got a question, and then you. I think we've got time for 2 more questions. Yeah.
Thank you. I actually wanted to ask that sometimes there's like a narrow view about animation, like has to be Pixar or Family Guy, Simpsons, but then you have films like Marcel with the show with the shoes on, or Apollo 10.5, which was on Netflix. Is there any kind of like pushback when they want to do animation that's a little bit non-traditional? And if so, how do you manage that?
In our space, it's tricky because it is like, okay, well, if you want to reach the widest possible audience, you do have to have an animation style that's quite palatable, right? So if you look at all the adult animated shows that have done really well, like they all have a very specific style, but they're digestible. Like The Simpsons are all like round and bright and colorful, and Bob's Burgers, same thing, like very specific style. We have, found styles that we really like creatively, where, you know, bosses will say, I just don't know if that's going to work, and that can be kind of difficult. But I think in the long term it makes sense, because again our space is more niche than like Pixar. Do you know what I mean? Pixar is reaching the whole world. Like, not everyone's watching adult animation.
More family, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think it is important for every show to have a unique style. So it's not like we have a house style, right? It's not like everything that comes out of Netflix looks the exact same. But in general, it's not going to be like dark or like, you know, like, I don't know, like avant-garde or anything like that. It's going to be kind of bright and bubbly and funny, you know, comedy first.
What's that series though? That is it. Rosa Salazar does voices for. Is
Oh,
that
Undone?
Yeah.
Was Amazon, yeah, and that was gorgeous.
Yeah.
That was incredible, and like I think pretty groundbreaking as far as the what's that animation
And
style
isn't
called?
there a robots one? I can't remember the name. Is there
Love, Death and Robots.
Love, Death and Robots, because that's quite more experimental.
Yeah,
right?
more experimental. Not my team, but that's what I'm saying. Is like comedy, adult animation. That's
Yeah.
a very specific type of audience. Yeah. Okay. I love Death and Robots though. That's a great show.
Thank you for your question. And then you had a question? Thank you. Can you tell how much I love animation?
Who knew? Twist.
Hi, my question is, do you have a specific method or an advice when you are developing a project? Like, how do you approach the audience when it's like a children's animation? Because I am very interested in animation for kids, but I found it really hard to understand the audience.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that's an executive's job, is to kind of be the Rosetta Stone between you and the greater, bigger audience that there is. I think there should be people to help you kind of like make your idea feel like it's widely relatable to a larger amount of people. The kids space, I think, is tricky because it is like, you know, it's kids, so I can't really speak to that. I mean, you could more.
It is. I mean, I can to a certain degree. You know, it's that thing where kids, it's like the age group is so wide, and so, you know, there was something that we were consulting on not that long ago, and it was like, we want to hit 4 to 10-year-olds, and it's like, but your 4 audience is so different to your 10 audience, and how do you even satisfy that broad range? And you almost need to define a 6 to 7-year-old, because your 4-year-olds are going to always age up, and then your older ones will possibly watch it with their younger siblings in that 6 to 7. But it's hard to pitch that age right. And we did a consent film, just a small little short film, and again that age group I think was 9 to 14. And so again, it's kind of, how do you hit that sort of from 9 to 14? I've got a 14-year-old, so I know what he's into, and it's definitely in the 18 category rather than 14. So it is tricky.
I feel like Teen Titans Go is like that perfect sweet spot of like 9 to 14. Also 34-year-old women critics. I think that's all we've got time for. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone here. Can you give a round of applause for our guests? Round of applause for yourselves. Round of applause for Glasgow Film Festival and women everywhere. Yay! Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Right. There you go.
Thanks, Joe. Oh, the mics are on.
I think it's on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this industry spotlight panel. My name is Douglas Greenwood. I'm a contributing editor at ID magazine, and I write about film for the New York Times and Vogue and GQ. But thankfully, you're not here to hear much from me. We're in the company of two talented and deeply dedicated producers who work across film and television, and both of whom are based here in Scotland. We have Ciara Barry and Nikki Parrott as well. I'll give you a brief rundown on, hope my biogs are correct. Nikki is the co-founder of Tiger Lily Productions, a company making both scripted and unscripted film and television. Previous projects include The Lovers and the Despot and Polystyrene, I Am a Cliche. She and co-founder Natasha Dak-Ojomu are both voting members of AMPAS, yes. Correct? The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences, aka the Oscars. And she is at the festival with Sansang Young's Hong Kong mixtape.
Yes.
Ciara is one half of the filmmaking duo Barry Crerar, is my pronunciation?
Crerar.
Crerar, perfect, thanks. Alongside producing partner Rosie Crerar. Together, they're both voted Scots Rising Stars of 2022 by Screen Daily, and past projects include Irene's Ghost and the BAFTA-nominated and winning thriller, Scottish BAFTA-nominated and winning thriller Run. And Ciara is here with the opening film at the festival, which was Girl, directed by Adjura Onashile. Both of the films they produced, brave, emotionally rousing depictions of life as a minority and how these people, these characters, find the power to push forward even in oppressive, unwelcome and confusing circumstances. One is a work of fiction set in a Glasgow high-rise. The other is a documentary that takes us to Hong Kong. I wondered if we could just start, for those who haven't seen Girl, which was the opening festival. I imagine the majority haven't yet seen Hong Kong Mixtape, which premieres here on Friday. Yeah. Ciara, do you want to give us a rough rundown about what Girl is about?
Sure. Girl is a film written and directed by Glasgow-based writer and director and theatre maker Adjura Onashile. It tells the story of a mother and daughter who have arrived in Glasgow from an African country, and it's really a love story, a kind of a look at the complexities of a mother-daughter relationship, and about coming of age in Glasgow for both of them. The mother is only 24 and her daughter's 11, so it looks at the trauma of the mother, and but ultimately a very loving relationship that ends with some hope. That's Girl.
And Nikki, do you want to tell us a little bit about Hong Kong Mixtape?
So Hong Kong Mixtape is made by Sansang Young, who is mixed race, Hong Kong and Scottish, hence the fact that we got together here. And we started making it in just around COVID time, actually, 2020, so it was quite hard to go to Hong Kong. But it's we went there twice, and it's basically a film about it's about artists in Hong Kong, and when the national security law came in, they couldn't make any of their work. So it's the kind of about when you're an artist, expression is taken away from you, and you can't express yourself creatively, and what it does to you, and where you have to go. And we made it over a period of 2 years, so things changed quite drastically in Hong Kong over those 2 years. So yeah, this will be the first screening, which is very exciting.
We will have the chance for audience questions, so do have a think, and if anything comes to mind, raise your hand and we'll keep tabs on who's out there and we'll come to you. I wanted to start with a question going back all the way back to your youth. I wonder if you could recall the film that made you fall in love with film, and if you can establish some sort of through line between that initial love for film and the projects that you work on today.
Do you want me? So it wasn't a film that made me want to be a producer, actually, because I don't come from a background where we had producers in the family. I didn't know what a producer was, but I had this amazing English teacher who introduced me to the work of F. Scott Fitzgerald, and we were studying Tenders the Night, and there was a, sorry for anybody from the BBC here, but there was a terrible production of drama of BBC that they made, and it was really, for me, the vision of one of the characters, she had really blonde hair, and this person was dark hair, and it was just really awfully done, or really badly done. So I said, in my wisdom, I really want to make a film of that. I didn't know what a producer was, but I knew that someone had to make a better film. So that was my start to kind of what a producer was. And then I went to film school, and I was taught by people like Laura Mulvey, who introduced me to things like Sean Dillman at 10 o'clock in the morning, which I really didn't appreciate. But now I do, because it's one of the best films ever. But I think actually also when I was young, I was told that I didn't have the right accent. Someone really clearly said you will never be a producer because you don't come from the right background. Because all my family are Cockney from London, and no one had, been involved in the arts industry, which kind of made me want to say, you know what, I will do this. And I suppose I have really. I'm very lucky that I've done what I wanted to do.
Yeah. Good catalyst. Kira?
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult question, isn't it? Not to start off with which film, but I mean, I came to film, same, I'm not from a filmmaking family, or I'm from Belfast originally, although I've lived in Glasgow for a long time. And I studied languages, and yeah, so I didn't go to film school. I studied French and Spanish, and I lived in those countries. And actually, it was when I was in France I started going to the cinema a lot, because obviously France was this amazing film culture. And I suppose when I was learning languages, I'd be watching films from around the world with the idea of like learning. And I always loved stories. And as well, when I was young in Belfast, I was involved in Cinemagic, which is a big kids film festival, which was around even then back in the 90s in Belfast. And that was my first, I didn't know what a producer was necessarily. Nobody would have ever told me that there was such a thing as film school in the school that I went to. And I was finding a way through that when I came to Glasgow, and I started volunteering at the Glasgow Media Access Centre after I graduated. So I can't say that there was, I'll think about that one film. Yeah.
Do you both, can you both recall the experience of producing your first projects? They were both shorts, I imagine. I imagine in terms of sort of film school route, but was there much of in terms of the routes, your first projects, can you recall those experiences and what did you learn from them?
I'd learned not to trust a hippie, actually, because we made a film in Manchester. It was my first film after film school, with some money from, I can't remember what it was called now, Northern Film Fund or something. I don't think it exists anymore. And we got some jackets given to us, branding, and then the actor, who wasn't really an actor, it was very non-actors, decided that someone, when he was, had told him to keep the jacket. And that was my first experience of trying to kind of, work with branding and commercials, and also try and coax actors into giving you what you wanted, i.e. back my jacket. But I think that was my first experience of working outside of film school in terms of, in film school you're quite I went to the London College of Printing, and then I worked in distribution, so I part-time did films like Our Heartless Films, and worked at Metro Pictures, which is a very art house distributor. So I learned loads out of that. And also my other job was cleaning 16mm films. So that's what I did. I cleaned 16mm films. I watched lots of kind of Cuban films kind of very slowly. And I've just completely forgotten what the question was. What was the question?
Your experience of working on your first...
And we made quite a lot of... I made a short film in New York. We did a collaboration with Tish, which was exciting. But it's all a learning. I mean, even a short film is... Every film is different, isn't it? There's always something a different problem, whether it's a short or a feature or a documentary, that you or problem, or there's something else. It's just a new experience to sort out, basically. But I don't think I can remember that. That's the only thing I can remember that film.
For me, one of the first short films I worked on was through GMAC, Glasgow Media Centre, that I mentioned, and an artist who's based in Glasgow called Henry Coombs. I walked through the door with this script. It was like a 10 or 12 page script called Laddie and the Lady, and it was about a day in the life of a golden retriever on a pheasant shoot. But it's just like 10 to 12 pages, but I just remember like it put you straight into the shoes of this golden retriever, and it was just like the emotion of it and the kind of crazy wildness of it that you would be thinking about that character and understanding them and understanding the predicament they're in. It was like the dog was kind of like getting screamed at by his master, and you sort of had great sympathy for this dog that was like a working dog. And then it was also, because he didn't want to make it in animation, he wanted to make it in live action, so I suppose I just admired like the ambition for that. And obviously he was an artist, so he was quite kind of like left field in what he wanted to do. But we did make the film like set in we shot it in Tramway in Glasgow as the kind of studio, and had these two actors that dressed as dogs, and Henry made the costumes. But I mean, it was amazing because like as wacky as it kind of first looked, you really did get into the emotion of the dogs and got it, and it was just like a really nice, effective like short film. That was my first short film credit.
Does it ever get any easier the longer that you've done this? Is the process of making films from your perspective, is it like a well-oiled machine?
I guess the amazing thing about filmmaking is that it's every time and every project, it's like you're starting from nothing, for every project is completely different in a way. I mean, you've got like a different team, like even if the director is the same, you're still like all the different elements that have to come together to over a long period of time to make the film what it's going to end up being. So it all stays interesting.
I mean, I think you understand more about how it works the more things you make, and what you need, and how your team should work, and you get to think about what directors you want to work with in terms of their vision and their method. But I think every film is slightly different in terms of you have to look at it as a kind of entirety of where you're making a film, whether it's international or whether it's here. So does it get easier? I mean, also you start doing bigger budgets, and then you have to raise more money as well. So that makes it more difficult. Still going around trying to get money. I mean, that is the thing. It's like, gosh, I'm still doing this now, trying to piece together money all the time. If you want to make certain films, I mean, of course, if you want to potentially get on the studio route, then that might be different. But we basically want to tell the films we want to tell, or make the films we want to make. So it's a slightly different process.
I wanted to ask a bit about the idea of intentions, and maybe Kira, you can be the one to start here. I have a quote from Rosie, your producing partner. She said, "We were frustrated with the version of Scotland on screen at the time," I imagine at the inception of the company, "which didn't represent the internationalism that we know and have benefited from by being based here." I wondered if you could talk about, off the back of that, what inspires your producing outlook, and the stories about Scotland that you tell.
I think when we first set the company up in 2016, we'd made lots of short films and knew lots of interesting talent that were writing and making films, but we just felt like there was a bit of we didn't feel like the contemporary Scotland that we knew was reflected on screen, given that we were based in Glasgow and loved living in Glasgow, and it had such a rich culture of theatre, of literature, of music, of art. I mean, Scotland-wide, and we just were like, where's the screen culture? We felt like it was kind of lacking then, which was a while ago now, but I actually feel like in the last couple of years there's some really interesting films obviously we're making, but contemporaries are making that show a diverse and interesting Scotland and unseen stories coming to screen. I mean, that first, I think maybe Rosie and I always talk about when we were setting the company up in 2016, we went to the opening night of the Edinburgh Film Festival. And the film, I always tell the story, was that golf film. I can't remember what it's called. I don't know why I can't remember what it's called. Tommy's Honour, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was just like, you know, I mean, of course, any film that anyone manages to make is a massive, great achievement, and there's lots of good things to be seen in it. But for us, Tommy's Honour was just like this film. It was like full of white guys, and I think there was one woman in the story, and she dies in childbirth. So we just, felt frustrated, really, truthfully, honestly, you know. And I mean, Edinburgh's made some changes since then, and things have changed, and there's been some great stories that have come to Screen Scotland, like Limbo, you know, Girl, all the great documentaries that are made here. So yeah, things are changing, so that's good.
Nikki, do you want to talk a bit about your intentions as a producer and the stories that you would like to tell?
I mean, I think, we do drama and documentaries, but kind of mainly documentaries at the moment up here. So our intention is always to tell the best stories possible for which format we're working in. So we tend to, when we pitch things, sometimes I think we just go for what the best story is, whether it's a drama, whether it's a documentary, whether it's a content. Mm-hmm. But we are a very diverse company, and we always have been since we were making shorts back in the day. We've always thought about women. You know, women directors are really important to us on International Women's Day, of course. But diversity, working with different directors, with different. I think because if you're more diverse, you have a different vision, I think, and those are the kind of films you want to make. Like Kira, you know, not really films about old men playing golf would not be my kind of film. That would not be a Tiger Lily film, basically. So it's kind of, I don't know. It's when you read something or when you meet a filmmaker, you kind of have this idea, you know, and then they start talking about what they want to make, and you kind of know that could be the next one. It's just a feeling inside, and I work with Natasha really closely as Rosie, and so we talk about a lot what we want to make and what is the Tiger Lily brand and what is the next film we want to do, and normally when we both like something, that's the one that normally will go ahead and get made by either of us. Whereas if one of us feels it's not strong enough, we don't know where it's going, etc., etc. And the other thing actually I've learned is to say no. You know, because that's quite hard when you're beginning, like to say no to a director or say no to some funding or to say no. But you learn that you can't make everything, and actually you should really think about what you really want to make, because it takes such a long time to do. Yeah. Life's too short.
I'm going to come to the audience after this question, so feel free to prepare one. I wanted to talk about the sort of on a wider level, the idea of identifying and sourcing talent. I know, Kira, you had a conversation with Adura after you saw her work in theatre, and you sort of said that you can be a screen storyteller. Sort of how do you have is it an instinctual thing that you both have for sourcing and identifying that talent?
Yeah, I mean, us as a company, Barricure, we have, when we first set up, we went to the Fringe to look for talent, because we knew we wanted to work with Scottish-based talent as a kind of start to the company. And we knew Adura had this play on, so we went to see it, Expensive Shit, which we then approached her and said, you know, we loved your work, would you be interested to write for screen? And then we did have a very, natural conversation about her cinematic influences and how she did love cinema, and she definitely wanted a chance to start writing for the screen. And then we kind of in tandem started to develop like a feature, Girl, and then as well when Adura expressed an interest in directing film, we thought, well, we should try to make a short film that you'll write and direct to sort of to get that experience. And we adapted the play, and BBC Film came on board with that, and then BBC also came on board the feature. and gave Adura the green light to direct.
And do you remember the interaction with Sansa in the beginning, Nikki?
I think COVID had just started, and I think it was March 2020. Would that be around that time? And I do actually, because I think I was told that the schools were closing down, and I was like, I've got to homeschool. And I remember thinking, lying in bed thinking, I can't do this. And I really do remember lying in bed thinking, oh my God, I've got 2 children. I've got to try and teach them. I've got to try and work at the same time. And then Lisa Marie, who used to work for Doc Society, called me and said, look, there's a Scottish director who wants to make a feature doc. I know you, because I've been up here for about nearly 4 years now. Would you be interested in talking to her? She's based in Glasgow as well. She's kind of based between Glasgow and London and Hong Kong. And so that's how we started talking. And then she sent me the treatment. We had a phone call. And I was like, okay, sounds really interesting. Then I've watched some of her stuff, and I knew that she was a good filmmaker. So that's how we started. Then I spoke to Screen Scotland, and she'd done a taster tape, and it was really quite amazing and really quite moving. So I showed that to Screen Scotland, and I said, do you think this could be something you would like to fund? And then the Doc Society came up. So it was, it was that kind of conversation originally.
Do we have questions in the audience at all? There's one in the back. Is there there is a roaming mic? I've been told we have to wait for the roaming mic.
Excuse me.
Where is my mic?
It's coming.
I don't know if you can hear me. I've lost my voice. Day 8 of the festival. I've got a few days to go yet. Thanks very much. It's great to hear you both talk about your careers so far. You've both mentioned Glasgow specifically. Ciara, you've been here for quite a while, and Nikki, you're fairly new to the city. And the film sector is going from strength to strength in Scotland. There's so many opportunities now for young people to progress into careers and behind the camera. What are the strengths of the scene in Glasgow and Scotland at the moment that you feel you benefit from, and maybe what else needs to happen for those of us in these kind of organising roles could do more of to support new talent?
Gosh, that's a big question.
Yeah.
I completely love it up here actually. So it was kind of on we started a company in 2018 up here because we had a regional office in Leicester, and then we really like to work with other people that aren't just based in London, because it becomes a bit kind of, London eccentric based, and we always want to tell different stories. And I've lived in different places, when I was younger, so I didn't feel like I was completely London centric. And we chose Scotland or Glasgow just because we thought it had an edge, and I knew that Screen Scotland were doing more things or wanting to, and there was BBC Scotland, and so I kind of commuted up and down for a bit, and then I realised that I actually couldn't be part of the Scottish film industry if I didn't live here. So I said to my 2 young kids at the time, let's have an adventure. And we came to Glasgow knowing no one. I think I knew one person, and settled down. My son still kind of has a go at me about the fact he had to leave his friends in Hackney, but he has been here for 4 years now, and he has made a lot of good friends. And I got really excited about just new voices and working with new people, and then started talking to Screen Scotland. Mark Thomas has been a real champion of us as a team, because he's always available to talk to. And then Screen Scotland said, if you want to start developing things here, we got a bit of cash for a couple of projects and a drama project. And I met lots of theatre writers actually as well, had meetings with them, and just realised there was a really different voice up here, and that's what was so exciting. And actually, Screen Scotland, Creative Scotland really wanted to support the talent up here as well, and there were other people, you know, and then people from, you know, London were looking at more regional. It was just good timing. People from London or from other places were looking at how they would work with regional companies, and so it just felt a natural kind of progression. And yeah, we're really thankful that we're here because, you know, there's so many more. I keep meeting people and filmmakers and things like this. That, you know, the Glasgow Film Festival is brilliant because you just meet so many different people. And I've got pitched lots of things today, and I'm thinking when I say you know, you have to say no, but there was lots of really great projects today. I'm like, oh my god, how can I do all this? So I'm trying to think about how I make all these things I want to make with just me at the moment. But yeah, I will do it somehow.
Yeah, I would just second what Nikki said about the Glasgow Film Festival. I think it's brilliant that that the industry part of the festival has grown and just feels so vibrant, and it's a brilliant chance to, you know, meet and connect with people, and especially new and emerging filmmakers and producers. So it all feels like very vital and important. Because, you know, it wasn't always that way. We had to trek through to Edinburgh. It's brilliant for the industry as a whole, you know, to have two like festivals that are going to be different and brilliant to hear the news today that Edinburgh Film Festival is going to make a comeback. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a very busy time in Scotland, like production wise, with like big studio movies being made here and TV series, but at the same time,
which can be quite hard.
It's tough, yeah,
trying to get people, isn't it?
Yeah, really tough. When we were making Girl, was September 21, which was a busy year for production because everyone was just coming back after the break at the start of the pandemic when no one was making anything. And, you know, we were working with a first time director and really spent like 6 months trying to crew up and think about the right collaborators and the right HODs, so cinematographer, production designer, all the people that are key to that central creative team for bringing a fiction together. But, you know, it was really, really hard because we're kind of up against since we'd made Run, which was back in 2018, like all of a sudden, like the crew rates had like doubled over because of the money that Netflix and Amazon are paying. And it's just trying to figure out where your position is as an indie producer. I still think a lot of crew and people are, you know, interested enough in like what indie film can offer because it's a shorter job. You know, we're shooting a film over 5 or 6 weeks, whereas the big streamers are shooting things where crew have to work for like 6 to 9 months of the year and then maybe get a bit tired of that. So, you know, it's a shorter block, but yeah, still hard to find crew whenever they're gobbled up by all the bigger productions that are paying a lot of money.
I mean, I do think actually there could be a lot more industry stuff here actually. I think I mean, I came unfortunately when just as COVID arrived, just as, you know, just 4 months before COVID hit us, and then obviously there was no networking opportunities at all, and I didn't really, I mean, me and Kat have become friends now, but we just met each other like last year, didn't we? Because we didn't, because we were in the same post house. But I do think it'd be really nice to, and I'm not just talking about, I mean, Glasgow is great because it's you know, it's where I live, but I do think the festival can make more of the industry. I mean, this is brilliant, but more industry meetings, more collaboration with other funders from London and stuff like that, and really make this a kind of a hub of industry where people want to come and work and meet, because I think there is absolutely amazing talent in Scotland, and not just in Glasgow. I think it's also good to, you know, I'm talking to Mac TV about filmmakers in the islands and you know, Edinburgh, and what the thing I really love about in Scotland is that I'm working with lots of different producers in Scotland, and we're all kind of, you know, sometimes there's 3 producers for 3 different companies, but we all basically want to make a great film. And that's kind of different than in London. You tend to keep your, you know, you don't want anyone to steal your ideas and you don't want to really collaborate. But up here, it's just amazing because people collaborate to make a film together. And it's just brilliant, you know. So, but apart from, I think now we can just make more of, I hate to be like the London person who comes up and says, oh, we could do all this. Yeah. But I do think there's such a, you know, it'd be brilliant to have kind of market here or, you know, because there's no markets really. Is there in Scotland? I mean, apart from
no
EFM. I mean, is Edinburgh a market?
No.
So a market would be brilliant to bring distributors, independent other financiers, something like Locarno. The Locarno woman was here, and I just thought that the way they do that is quite small still, but it's really bringing more international people, basically making international films, not just not just Scottish films, but Scotland travelling, basically.
You said there, I sort of, Nikki, the idea of your films having sort of no real geographical base in terms of setting, and your documentary films that often take your filmmakers to many different countries, and I wondered specifically about Hong Kong Mixtape, the idea of safety as a producer, because because of Sansan's position and what the film is, the subject matter of the film, from a producing perspective, how intimidating or scary is it to make a film like that, knowing that this is sort of in your hands?
I couldn't go to Hong Kong because obviously COVID didn't allow it, and she went on her own. But we had a lot of conversations about safety. We had conversations with our funders about, what we would do. Me and Sans, she was very aware of not being, if there was a situation, she'd have to get out quite quickly. I've done undercover films before in this country, and that's even more frightening because you're, we made a film about Weinstein as well, which was also frightening. But I just think you have to just have conversations all the time, and you get passwords and make sure that people are safe every day. I made a film in Afghanistan just after the war finished, and we did actually we had risk assessment. There's risk assessment people as well, so we did go through a whole insurance thing of risk assessment. There's a couple of companies who just make sure that you've ticked all the boxes of what happens, making sure that, like, for example, when we were in Hong Kong, we made sure that we had a base in the centre that they could go to with their equipment and leave it, and all go back to the same place if they needed to be there, rather than driving around in a kind of white van and, being people knowing what you were doing. So it's just about putting those kind of things in place. But we've done quite a lot of international films now. We also did one in China, which was really difficult because it was a difficult subject matter which authorities wouldn't have liked. So I don't know why we do these crazy international films, but it's
sort of like a necessity. Do you feel like it's a necessity when these things arrive with you?
I think I really like to. I think I kind of still believe documentaries can change the world, which sounds again quite idealistic, but I do, or any film actually. I'm also doing I'm doing a film with an amazing Turkish director, which is based in Glasgow, but there is a political element of that, and we've already had conversations about people who might not like it, but again, one has to. One has to make films that make you think, I suppose. Not, you can make really, want to make Notting Hill or romantic comedies or something like that, but that's not what I want to do. I want to make films that make people think, and sometimes that comes with danger, but, it is what it is, basically. That's my expression, it is what it is. For quite a lot of things.
Always works in the end. I think, Keela, you said that filmmakers get a 2-for-1, sort of a 2-for-1 deal on producers on all of your projects, which is obviously something that applies for both of you. And
we tend not to do
work on the same project.
They produce together. We tend to produce separately, but we always exec each other's films.
So there's sort of like a can at least do you have conversations about?
Oh yeah, I mean all the
process you work
time
on,
about
Yeah.
projects, but we tended to, especially because being up here now, but we we occasionally produce together, sometimes, but most of the time one of us is driving the project basically, and the other one is supportive of that person.
In terms of sort of a companionship in that creative and professional setting, how does that help you?
I mean, it's just
projects?
too lonely a journey, isn't it, to do it on Yeah. your own? Yes. Because a long time, and I mean, it's like you see in the credits of any film, there's like multiple producers because it's just a lot of plates to spin. I don't know how anyone does it all on their own. Yeah. Even as a producer, you still get a lot of support. I know that we did, from the exec producers who are usually, on public funded films. They're the people who are senior to you who've put up the money, so BBC or BFI or Screen Scotland. And they're like the kind of, we on Girl found them so supportive, for at all points when you need support. But I mean, actually, Rosie and I are changing the way that we work because we did produce Girl together and we produced all the work we've done together as like a duo. But we're now going to try to sort of do more work by one person leading on a project and then the other person sort of like co-producing in a way, or just always across the work but being driven by one person to allow us to do more. And as well, it also meant that when we were doing Girl, it's sort of very all-consuming. So actually we could have done it where even bringing in another producer into the company to support that producer, because otherwise it's very, very difficult as a small company with like not loads of staff to keep your other projects going, because obviously when you're in production it's tough, but you need to keep all your projects in development, your slate going, and it's hard.
We tend to bring in producers. Actually, Tash produces a lot more than I do, but I've got two children, so I can't really travel that much. But I tend to certain directors I will work with to produce their films, but most of the time now I'm execing, or there's another producer on the project, because that means we can expand our slate a bit more, because you can't produce and run a company basically. It's just impossible. Actually, that's the other thing about it'd be really good to have a company slate funding. Screen Scotland, anyone? To kind of, because it's really good to have a slate. You used to have media slate money and was brilliant, and so you could have 5 films, which actually meant you could employ people and researchers and things like that, and that's the way, because it's really hard to make a film, isn't it? One film, stop, then start again with development, and then development money, there's not much money for development. But it's I would hate to do it on my own. I'd hate it. It'd be horrible.
Do we have in the front row, I think we have a question, if we have the roaming mic. Oh, this gentleman here.
As indie producers, sometimes there's this, I guess, point of view that producers keep all the money or something. When you're an indie producer, there's no money for anything, pretty much. But what goes into you choosing a project? Because that's years of your life. So is it more the vision of the person? Is it the subject matter? What is it that entices you really to choose, this is what I'm going to dedicate the next 2 or 3 years of my life to?
I'd say for me it's around the talent and their voice, and having a feeling about what that person has to say. As simple as that.
I think it's the same. I mean, the same for me actually. It's also what that person has to say, how they're saying it, what the story is. Sometimes experience as well, but that's if they've got a vision as a director. I mean, it's really. I mean, so many people want to be a director. I mean, so many people call themselves directors, and I think that as you start to make more films, you kind of know that when someone's pitching you, that's the person that has a vision, and you have to be quite hardcore. This is what you want to make, and you have a very kind of strong vision, and I think it's really important. That's how, and also whether that story's been told before, how is it being told in a new way? Because I know that we're going to be asked why. I mean, that's the question is it for funders, is why now? I mean, it's a really hard question to answer sometimes. But you have to. You're also going around in your head when someone's, I suppose, pitching you, is also how is this gonna? Is it impossible to fund, or can we fund it?
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Definitely.
You
So
know.
thinking about market and audience already, and how are you gonna fund that film, or who's gonna be interested in that type of talent, and how are you gonna raise the money to make it? Because nobody wants to go on a journey of like development where, you're not able to bring in partners that are also interested in that person, and allowing them to come to.
Yeah, and when when people, not so much now, but walk in and you say who's the film for, and they go it's for me, you go okay, bye. Because man, you've got to make it for an audience, otherwise no one's going to fund it and no one's going to see it. So I wouldn't ever say yes to those projects.
We had another question over here in the third row. That's okay.
I was just thinking on what was going on with the first question. I remember when Doug McKinnon from Good Omens was here last year, and he was talking about. This might be a bit of a politically loaded question, so. But I remember he was talking about like his hopes and aspirations about what the Scottish film industry could be in an independent Scotland, and I was just wondering what your opinion on that, if that's changed. Do you think Scotland has a future, if the Scottish film industry has a future in an independent Scotland, or do you think we're a bit too tied at the moment still to English institutions, and where could that go? Yeah.
You're asking the two non-Scottish, Scottish. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think. Well, I would always look at like comparative countries. I suppose Scotland can compare itself to other countries, but I'm Irish. Well, I'm from the north of Ireland, but Ireland has its own national broadcaster that has a significant fund because it's a national broadcaster, and when a country's independent, it is able to have its own budget that looks after its own cultural output. So it's tricky. But Ireland has the last 10, 20 years, Ireland has a brilliant industry. It's reflected, of course, in all the Oscar nominations. Some of those films are shared as being British films as well, with Banshees being funded by Film 4. But I don't know, does that answer your questions? And then the Scandinavian countries, you can look at them too. They've got great broadcasters, they've got big funds, they've got a lot of money, and they're able to make films as co-productions between each other. It's always going to be the question, I suppose, with any country is like in order to make films, you need partners. So we can't make a film in Scotland without partners in London, without international partners, in terms of like finance and putting
I think
money together.
I think from an objective opinion of coming up here from being in London, I kind of realised why people got so cross up here, because there is a lot of London funds and it feels very London. And then I was really happy because I was listening to all the crazy politics and parties going on, and Partygate, and I was thinking I'm so glad I'm not part of that anymore. I'm part of Scotland. But I miss the European thing. It's so, I don't get me started about Brexit because I just can't go there. But obviously, we lost a lot of funding. We lost the media programme. The media programme must have funded half of our documentaries. We got Slate funding twice. We started the company a long way back, like in 2000, so it's been going, a long time now. But we got Slate funding, and we got all our films that 20% of the budget, which was free to make documentaries that you wanted to make, was creative documentaries. How amazing is that? And that just went in overnight. And so I think Scotland is strong enough to be independent. It's probably I think the industry is thriving up here. I think more people are thinking about leaving London to come up here, and I think that's quite a good thing as well, as long as they're actually, based here and not just a kind of company that sets up. She says having a company that's set up, but I have actually moved up here now, so I feel very like I am Scottish. My children have a Scottish accent, but yeah, I think I think you can, I think like someone like Denmark, you know, I think Scotland should do more European co-productions. I think we have an affinity, if you look at the history of Scotland, with Denmark and with France as well. You know, we should be working more with France. Why aren't we doing that kind of thing? And rather than working with London and England, you know, I think it's got such an amazing culture up here that it needs to be relished, and not by. I'll shut up. I'm getting myself into trouble now.
Do we have another audience question? Hi.
Hi. I sort of have maybe a stupid question, but do you have any advice for young people that are just starting off their career? Mainly my question is, if you've got like a really passionate idea for like a documentary, but you are not a director or a writer or have any skills in that caliber, do you have any advice for like what they should do to try and get help to bring that project to light?
You mean like a project that you don't?
Yeah. So sorry, I worded that completely wrong. So if you want to make a film, but you don't know who to go to or anybody like that because you're relatively new, do you have any advice?
Well, come to things like this. I mean, I don't know if you listened to James Price yesterday, but he was amazing, and he started making shorts off his own back. He just started to do it. If you really want to do it, it's much easier now. You've got iPhones, which you can just film something. When I teach, I talk to my students about, if you want to be a writer, make sure that script is really good. You can set anything. There's a film I talk about called Tape, which was made by, it had Uma Thurman in it, and it's just set in a hotel, 3 actors. It's such a great script, but that's the kind of film that you could do very easily here, or, without much money if possible. I mean, I think just come to these things, start talking to people, start kind of finding your team, your producer, your director who you want to work with, if you're a writer, or producers finding writers, go to kind of short film festivals, look at short films that you really like, and think that person has a vision or you want to work with them. That's the way, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Rolling your sleeves up, I think, sometimes. I mean, I made a film years ago through the 48-hour film project, which is just that sort of, it was for fun. I was with a group of friends, and I produced films at that point, but hadn't necessarily been involved in like writing or like creating a film, and just that discipline of like, I think you get the idea on a Friday night and you have to deliver the film on like the Sunday night, and you don't take it seriously, and you just kind of, see what happens. And the film that we made ended up winning the audience award at the Glasgow Short Film Festival. So we've just, if you really want to do it, you shouldn't try not to see any obstacles and try things out. And as well, I think it's great that you need to watch a lot of short films and see what other people are making, and see what inspires you, and take from that. Yeah.
Any other questions at the moment? No. Come back to you. Oh, here's one, just in the second row. Okay.
Hi. I don't know if you agree that in Scotland traditionally we've been pretty sort of safe with job opportunities and pathway through education. So we're good at banking, we're good at engineering, we're good at law. The arts industry has been really underfunded here, so I kind of feel quite inspired by this. That way in Manchester in the 90s when freak dance clubs started to open up.
Yeah.
And there's an opportunity there now, I feel, from this conversation that could be Glasgow and Edinburgh and Scotland as a whole. But I picked up on what you said earlier about your kids and being at school. I've got a 21-year-old and an 18-year-old, and I felt when we talked about anything at school when they were younger, it was all very sort of traditional occupations. It was never anything to do with film industry or creative or art or anything. And there is a very kind of old-fashioned perception of what they think the arts industry is. So I guess it's on all of us to change how people feel about that.
Yeah, I think it's really, really, I was having the same conversation today with Hannah from the Doc Society that you know, I was told, as I said, because I had a very strong London accent, that I would never be a producer or could be. And I'm like, fuck that. You know, if someone tells you not to do something, you start doing it. Well, and I think also, I just think my son would tell me off for swearing at an audience, but anyway, he's not here. I think it's really, really important to educate kids that they can do anything. You know, that I think when I went to career advisor, I mean, you know, God, I can't remember what they said. Well, I flunked all my, you know, O-levels and I had to resit them, and I think they said, you know, work in a shop or a bank or something. There was no sense of creativity or you can do that. But I think now, that's why, again, it's really important to have, like, industry where people can see that you can do anything. In these kind of panels or people, you know, especially, you know, and also women working mothers. You know, I think it's really important. There's a thing called Raising Films, which is about having 5-day weeks so that you can actually go home and see your kids, and you do 9 to 7 filming rather than 9 to 12 o'clock at night. And I think that's really important for women in the industry to come back into the industry. But I also do think that every child at school should know what a film producer is and a film director and a writer, and they should be allowed to be that person if they want to, or an art director or a props person. You know, there's a lot of talent in Scotland, and I think there's going to be more and more talent, but I just think you need to encourage that, basically, and I think schools need to encourage that the arts is something amazing. I mean, I feel so privileged to be doing what I do every day. I'm so privileged, you know, to do a job I love and work with people I really like.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely going to come from education. I think I actually got an email about 2 weeks ago I think it was from Channel 4, saying that they were looking for people. Did you get this? They wanted producers, or, you know, to say if they were available to go in and speak to schools, because I just think it's, like, key at, like, secondary level education, like letting people know. Because, yeah, it's like we spoke about earlier, I didn't know anything about film industry.
No.
Nobody ever spoke about it. And like, we do need people to be training and thinking about it. So
yeah, I mean, actually, because that's what Kira was saying earlier. There's now gaps in the gaps in the industry. If the industry is going to grow, where are that skills gap? Where are those people going to come from? So skills training, in apprenticeships. You know, I mean, we do lots of mentoring and taking people on, and I think apprenticeships are a really good thing. Not everyone is academic, and so actually maybe, you know, want to be an electrician on a film set. Well, have an apprenticeship for that. You know, apprenticeships would be amazing. Let's be the first, you know, country to do a bit apprenticeships I know that in the film industry, but really do it really well. Like in Germany, they have apprenticeships for every kind of aspect of the film industry, and it's really important.
We're almost run out of time. I wonder if we have another question here.
Hi, I'm from Screen Scotland in the education team, and I just following everything you've just said. Sorry, I'm that person who's going to use a Q&A and not actually ask a question. I hate those people. But just, you know, you've just started piloting a film and screen curriculum that's been drafted for Scotland, and that's really exciting, and hopefully it's going to do all the things that everyone's just been talking about, I suppose, so I become that person who actually asks the question. You've mentioned quite a lot about what you think is important. Is there anything else that you think you would like to see young people learning within that sort of film and screen curriculum? You know, it'd be handy to have those ideas.
I just wonder, is there also going to be the same focus on, you know, young people getting to watch films in school and study, and you know, because I just think that's important as well, as to getting the chance to because that's the thing in France, isn't it? Like, film is treated like another art form, and it has respected in that way, and it's treated seriously, and people watch films, and you know, that's such an important and a start of it all.
I think it would be really, it's really important for kids to watch Scottish films, but a kind of a range of Scottish films, not just about. I can think about the golf film.
Sorry,
I'm going to go and say. But you know, or documentaries, you know, that can be international, like our one, and then Girl, and I think that's really important to see that there are Scottish films made, and there are James Price films, for example. You know, really important. That there's a whole array of films. You don't have to be super rich to make them, and it doesn't have to be about golf. But I think that's important as well. Scottish film history. I don't even know if there is a film course here about Scottish films. Is there? No?
Specifically about Scottish film?
Yeah.
I haven't encountered it. Maybe
Right,
someone
okay.
else has.
But even just that films with an international, like getting supported by Screen Scotland, like After Sun. I mean, that's Scottish characters set in Turkey, which is brilliant to see as well. It's like, yeah, we want more of that.
Do you, just before we wrap up, do you want to give us a quick status update on the projects that you're here with, and also what's still to come? What else you're working on, Ciara?
Sure. Yeah, we've obviously Girl opened Glasgow Film Festival, which was amazing honour and a privilege, and we're delighted about that. And we premiered in Sundance early this year, so a busy year ahead just in the journey of that film. We've got a UK distributor on board and looking at our release date in the autumn. So we'd be doing lots of prep towards that and just getting people out there to see it, which is obviously tough. But yeah, excited about that journey. And yeah, we're in production on a co-production that we are shooting in Scotland. It's a UK, Finnish, Belgian co-production with a new writer-director who's Finnish but based in London called Mikko Michaela. So busy with that. And then yeah, our slate is still quite early, or we've got some new projects and some also as well thinking about TV eventually, but not quite there yet. Yep.
Nikki?
So Hong Kong Mixtape is screening on Friday, so that's very exciting. Friday,
Still
everyone.
tickets available?
I think there's one ticket left, two tickets left. Grab them while you can. And on Saturday as well, actually. There's my promotion done. So that will travel as to festivals, or will start travelling as festivals. We've got a few other films travelling with festivals at the moment, Carnival and Blue Bag Life. So that's quite busy, and I'm prepping for doing a Turkish, Welsh, Scottish feature. An incredible Turkish director who lives here called Ümit, and so that's exciting. We're hoping to do that in September, just raising money for that, and that would just all be shot in Glasgow. So I'm trying to keep everything, a few things here, and then I'm doing a documentary about Pauline Black, and I'm executing quite a film about Lena Zavroni, if anyone remembers her. She's quite Scottish based. So quite a few things, executing quite a few things basically, and which means I can do more. But yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. If everyone could please thank Ciara Barry and Nikki Paddock. Thank you.